the loser, sorry, of Requiem or Source, which will be happening later tonight. In the Insomnia versus Two Savage match, it is a best of 3. So yeah, will be Dredge on the Midwich Elementary, which is a pick of Insomnia, Mastermind on the Cold Tower, which is a pick of Two Savage, Unknown, which is the tiebreaker on the Ormond Lake Mind. And then following that tonight, we have the best of 5, which is Requiem versus Source. Singularity will be on the Wrecker's Yard, which is a pick by Requiem. Spirit will be on the Cold Tower, which is a pick of Source. Mastermind Cold Tower 1 from Requiem. Hillbilly on the Blood Lodge, which is Source's pick, and then the only tiebreaker on the desk tonight will be with me tonight is the DVD Indo commissioner himself, Dibs. How are you, mate?
Hunter, hello. Thank you so much for joining me tonight. I know a little bit of a late notice there for subbing in for Rexar, who got called away with a medical emergency. But mate, thank you so much for all the information on the intro as well. Man, I'm doing good. I'm super happy to see these games tonight with you. First time casting together. And one of my favorite sets as well, the Dredge. So how do you feel about that?
Yeah, I love Dredge sets, especially when he's on the Midwich Elementary School. Definitely one of my more favorite sets to play and to cast 100%. I'm also interested, so Mastermind is always like a good set for me. I love versing a Mastermind, and even on Cold Tower, it's just like one of my general favorites all around. I wonder what's going to happen, because as Two Savage have like changed their roster a lot throughout this whole tournament. Well, you know, they can't really change players in the tournament, but the roster for every match is quite different. I remember I saw Dan and I believe it was Senki, and I can't remember the fourth survivor. But
maybe
tonight no, it wasn't Aimer. Aimer's in tonight. Phantom's also in tonight. So it's going to be really interesting to see who's going to be playing these sets. I can only presume for Dredge we'll be seeing maybe Phantom on the side of Two Savage, and the one and only Cash on the side of Insomnia. And then I think maybe Mastermind will be probably Sen for Two Savage. And then I'm thinking Andrew on Insomnia. I'm not too sure. Don't quote me don't quote me if I'm wrong, but maybe Nu. I'm not too sure. I'm looking at the rosters right now, and I really don't know who could be playing the Mastermind for Insomnia. And then Unknown, obviously. Oh wait, no, it could be Gibbsy. I did forget about Gibbsy. I'm thinking maybe Gibbsy for Mastermind and the Unknown, and then predictions for the Unknown on Two Savage's side. It'd have to be Phantom. It'd be rude not to be Phantom. Could be Sen, but I think Phantom.
Yeah. Oh man, these rosters are jam packed. Like you said, the Two Savage roster. If I was a betting man about a year ago, like this game's a lock for one team, but a lot of things have changed over the last year. So, man, I don't want to call it, but I am leaning towards our boys at Insomnia tonight. Look, I apologize to anyone into Savage for that comment, but I reckon they might get over the line. Just I guess we'll find out. But and as well as both teams, like there's just so many players that we could see on the roster tonight, and especially in the killer sets. Like, man, it's gonna be a big fun night. I can't wait for it.
100%. See, the thing is like you said, I actually, to be honest, I think this can go either way. Are they evenly matched? Well, statistically, if you look back in OSL, no, Two Savage take it all the time, you know, but Insomnia, they're on the rise, man. It starts off with Revolution being the best team OCE. I think that's like known across the board of OCE that they are the GOATs. And then they pass the torch off to Two Savage. Two Savage are the reigning champions for the longest time. They've been in and out of competitive for a little bit now, but I feel like Insomnia are coming for the torch, and Two Savage are not handing it willingly. So this is going to be a clash of titans, if you will, tonight. I'm really stoked to see what happens. We're just getting the lobby set up at the moment, so this might be a little bit on the longer side. I do think there's a bit of a difficulties getting the last person on Two Savage to join, unless I'm wrong. Maybe.
There was Sen was in the lobby and they were ready to go, and I think we have seen previously in certain other events that Sen's net can be a little bit hit and miss. So, and I did see the disconnect from the lobby. So Oh, I think unfortunately the boys are just communicating about a net crash maybe, but I'm sure Clara is behind the scenes working that out for us. So, man, I'm getting a bit itchy. I can't wait for this one to load in.
I'm about to jump out of my seat in excitement, realistically. But I mean, I did see Sen leave the lobby. That's what I was referring to. But I didn't see the
Yeah,
chats, and unfortunately, yes, it is a net issue on the side of Two Savage. So while we get that sorted for you guys, I guess. Oh wait, we have a sub. I think Key's gonna sub in for Sen. Is that Key? He changes his name so often. It just I can never tell which one's Key sometimes.
it is, bro. It is. It's a
All
Zav
right,
key, I think.
it's Zavkey. Wait, what's the story behind this one? I've heard of Key Cotton. I've heard of just all of them, bro. Like, it's confusing.
Oh man, I think Zavi is like some famous footballer around the world. So I think
Yes.
we're taking the Mickey out of Zav Key. So I guess we can roll with that, you know.
My God, bro. Okay. I mean, fair enough to him, I guess. But hopefully we'll be getting this show on the road very soon. I mean, definitely, this is looking like a strong survivor lineup. So we have Aimer on the Nia, Zavkey on the Claudette, Backy on the Kate, and Phantom on the. Phantom's playing Survivor. I didn't pick up on that. I never see Phantom play Survivor, which is like maybe he's the sub in for Sen. Maybe Key was always meant to play the set, and the sub was Phantom.
Yeah,
Sen's not even in the chat at the moment. I think he genuinely is having really bad internet problems. So, I mean, this is doable for Insomnia now. Having one of your best players out of the roster this early on. It is not.
yeah,
Oh,
it's. I know what I know what you're saying. Like, if Sen's out of this lineup for half an hour, that's a big roster shakeup. You know, like you said, you don't see our boy Phantom on the Survivor lineup. Also, there's a couple of big outs that I noticed. And you probably picked up on it too, with Midgie not being there, as well as another man we know well of called Daniel. So.
it's going to be very different. I'm not even sure if Silly's on the roster, to be honest with you, but we're loading into the match now, seeing Phantom load in. Want to see, curious to where the dredger spawn. He spawned top 5, and we're going to rotate down to the bottom. It is Cash. I did get that right. I thought he would be playing the dredge set, and we are definitely correct in that regard. He is going to be teleporting up to this top 10, bottom, not top. This is really confusing now. I think he's at the bottom side of the map. Going to bottom 10, and we find the first chase, which is onto Backy. Backy insta throwing this pallet here. Not getting the stun, but running towards this God pallet at 11. Really good choice to take the first chase to the God pallet. Johnny, knowing it, definitely going to other spots in the map to see if he can chase someone else potentially where they won't be in such a strong position, and now finding somebody working this bottom one side of the map, and just going to be taking this second chase onto Ace here, which is Phantom. Now, Phantom, I don't really know much about his Survivor. I'm curious to see. Don't disappoint me, my boy. Definitely give it a little bit of drinks around this top 2 pallet, going into the top 1 side of the map now. Going to be running him, I presume, down the 3 side, down to the 4 side, and I think we're going to see a long chase here, Dibs.
Oh man, this start of the game, like man, this has been an absolute phenomenal start by our boys here on Two Savage. Like Backy using his sprint burst to avoid the dredge, as well as Phantom, you know, not at the strongest pallet here, but absolutely buying so much time. One thing I also did notice on the build, Hunter, man, we loaded in without corrupt intervention, so potentially there could be a lot of gen progress on the board.
I did forget to look at the builds and the add-ons. We have Field Recorder, and I'm not too sure what that one underneath Field Recorder is, but I don't even know what those add-ons do, to be honest with you, on a dredge set, which is one of my favorites. It's pretty bad. But we do have Sloppy Eruption, Pop Goes the Weasel, and Pain Res. I think we're opting for a more of a snowball kind of build with this kind of perk selection, to be honest with you, because I'm not too sure what the method behind not taking Corrupt Intervention is. You are right. I mean, it does block off all of the gens but 4. So I just think that we're going for a little bit of a snowball here, but nevertheless, we're going to be getting that first hook and going straight back down. This Locker's locked. I think this is... I can't really tell where this side of the map is. I wasn't really paying attention. Bottom 1. So we're going to be looking for our tunnel out here. Going to try and get it nice and early, knowing Cash's play style. Going to be taking this chase. No, not going for the tunnel out, going on for the tag onto Key. I think this is where the sloppy butcher will come into effect, trying to get those tags all across the board and make it really hard for the resets to happen. Johnny knowing it, leaving that chase now and going to be seeing if he catch someone else off guard, maybe a healthy survivor, the last healthy survivor, Aimer, but not quite finding him, I don't think. Unless this is him right here. No, yes, it is. They are trying to reset. Now, this is the power of sloppy butcher, is that now it's going to be really hard for Phantom. Whatever little progress they got on healing Phantom just said, that doesn't matter anymore. And I think he's going to be going really down really quickly as a result of it, getting that pick onto Phantom now. And all of a sudden, we've turned it from a really good start from 2 Savage to a mid to not so great. Oh my God.
Am I seeing what I just saw? I think Backy was just locking that locker and absolutely the teleport timing. You know, I think what gave that away was the Key was actually got the eruption prop. So Cash actually had Key's aura and was teleporting to basically cut him off. And just so happened to teleport to the locker that Backy was locking. So man, that's a massive hook state, but we also do see Phantom getting okay, and we're playing that God palette really well. Just playing going into our death hook state there really needs to survive and get to that other God palette and just try and stay in this game. And I think this could be an elimination of 4.
Johnny is locked. Cash is locked. He is picking up. He's going to make sure that he gets that tunnel out at 4 gens. That is crazy. So I'm thinking maybe we're heading towards a 4K2 scenario here if they can't really rebound from this. But yeah, Eruption definitely getting the value that it was worth, and just he was able to like accidentally just pick Backy out of lockout. The most unfortunate timing. I don't think Backy really anticipated that. Just yeah. Very lucky on Cash's side here, and I think we're trying to find someone in this vicinity. We do see the scratch marks, and it is our Claudette Key, and he is working that 7 gen, not really aware that Cash is teleported to the locker straight behind him. I don't think I would have pre-left that gen a lot earlier than what I did. I'm not too sure if you can hear the dredge go from locker to locker anymore. I'm pretty sure you still can. I know he's gone through some changes recently, and I think this is just oh my, that was a life play. That was actually really good by Key to get out of that 7 room. It did look like he was going to go down there, but just keeping himself alive, making sure that we're getting all the gen progress in the background. Hopefully, we're just praying for a longer chase here, and unfortunately, not really going to happen. Just going down at this pallet at top 5, and let's see. I dare say we're going to see another hook maybe onto Fresh Key here, but no. Remember, he still has 3 pain res stacks to utilize here. Proccing the eruption on that top 4 generator. I don't really see that popping if he could get a quick pain res here. Key trying to crawl away from the hooks into the little corner of top 5, but unfortunately with the spectator side of things, we are not able to see where the pain reses are. So that's not a pain res regardless, unless Keys, Keys hasn't been hooked, so it's just not a pain res hook at the moment. So very fortunate for the side of 2 Savage. Very fortunate to also for Cash to get that hook just after the generator had popped. If that was a pain res, would have been in trouble, but still would have probably hit the one at top 4, and we're still oh wait, there's still gen progress at top 10. Wow.
Yeah, wow, these boys just cranked out 2 gens. I think that time that Key bought, even though he was in a very precarious position there, like these boys are out there cranking generators, but I don't really expect to see much progress on the board. Thanks to the streamer for just switching perspectives there, just so we could see. We've only got about 5% on 1 gen, while someone is stealthing up for a save. Yeah, we do still see Key just hanging out on the hook here while one of these gens does get progressed and a generator next to him regresses. I couldn't quite see how much progression was on that. I think there was only, he did catch out a survivor here at the top 7 pallet, which is the sprint burst survivor. Also applying a rupture to this gen. Hunter, I don't know if we're going to be seeing outs this game. I'm definitely a little bit worried. I'm thinking maybe a 4K1 is potentially the favorable result. In saying that, the survivors do have access to quite a lot of perks on the dredge set, so I already feel the 6 hook stages is quite above average already.
Yeah, that is right. Key just going in a second there. I'm not too sure about getting us, but the thing to note is like Becky and Aimer are both healthy, so as long as they don't get tagged, as long as they're not giving free tags and just keeping aware of where the dredge is at all times, I do think this is breakable. I do think we can see at least potentially like a 3-stage out at somewhat if they were to turn it back, which they're doing pretty well at the moment. Key has to have a little bit of like a good chase here and just going down way too quickly, and that will spell his death onto this trial. It's going to be it's going to be very hard for 2Savage to pull it back if they were to at this point in time. Now only having 2 survivors alive on the board, they may have this like the stages to give, but just not enough survivors alive at this point in time. It is a 2v1 at 2 generators remaining. We're going to be taking now the chase onto Becky, and this is already not good being found this early. If you're to get one more generator, maybe it done now, I guess. Was that a 99 sprint burst by Becky? That actually has extended this chase by a long amount of time. That was kind of crazy by him, not gonna lie. Cash now struggling to get this hit. He does. That looked a bit, not too sure, but no, that's good to get the tag onto Becky now, and we're going to be looking for Aimer playing around that sloppy butcher. He knows he'd be trying to work a generator, pull it back to that 4K1, and Cash wants that 4K2. He will not, I don't think he will let that slide. I did say we'd probably be heading to a 4K2 if 2Savage weren't able to pull it back, and it's looking that way at the moment. He's going to be teleporting down to the bottom 1 side, down to the bottom 11 side now, trying to see if he can sight out any more of the remaining survivors. He's going to be pretty easy to hear Becky, and that's who we do find heading towards this bottom 6 side of the map. We know that there's really no gen progress on any other gens on the map, unfortunately, for 2Savage, but Johnny's just applying the pressure really good. He wants Becky dead. He wants him dead as soon as possible, and then just to find the last survivor Aimer and secure that 4K2, I think that's where we're headed, Dibs.
Yeah, no, I tend to agree, Hunter. Like, that, and getting back to that 99 sprint burst, that was phenomenal play by Becky, you know, like, just, I thought he was getting hit there for sure. And, oh, sorry, my brain just went blank. There was something else that happened there that was really good, but excuse me for that. Getting back to it, I think Johnny's aware that maybe there's about 60% progressed on that 4th generator of the trial. Obviously, Becky's still injured, Aimer healthy. Like, these boys are, they're fighting. They really... 4K1 is definitely playable for a dredge. I think a Tycon could come in there. The balancing is favored to the survivors, but also we do see Aimer being found, obviously being the fresh survivor and the healthy survivor. So now we have 2 injuries on the board. I can only think that these guys are playing for the 4K run right now. I don't believe we're going to see both generators being completed.
You just can't play around outs at this point in time. You just have to play for that 4K1, and they're doing so. They're doing bottom 1, and they're doing top 7, which is pretty split across the map. All Cash needs now is just a quick down and then straight back to the other generator to stop it from regressing. And it's just not happening at the moment. They're not allowing that. They're trying to pre-leave the generators as quickly as possible. They're really good on their communications here. Definitely good to keep on top of when Cash decides to leave, who he's chasing, and where he is currently on the map. So now we're taking it into our live. You do chase Aimer, and unfortunately going down, he has the eruption proccing on that top 7 gen. They're not going to get it done. He's going to quickly teleport up towards Becky. Becky's going to have the chase of his life and somehow get Aimer up if they are to pull this back, but he is blood hungry. Johnny is chasing down Becky, and I do think we're going to be seeing the 4K2 here against 2Savage. Granted, this is still their, not their main roster, but Johnny's just playing really well. Oh, he's secured the 4K2.
Man, what a performance. And what I was actually going to say just before was that suspect hit. I think the suspect hit we saw was on Becky over that pallet, where we both cringed a little bit, I think Becky might have wanted to have a little chat to Cash's internet provider on that one, but let's not take that away from him. Man, a 4K2 against 2Savage. Entering this trial, if you said it was going to be a 4K2, I would have called you a liar. I would not have believed you. Even with their non-main roster, man, there's some really, really impressive players in this lineup. Guaranteed these boys haven't scrimmed at all, but they're just their natural talent of the game. man, that is a seriously impressive result by Cash on the dredge.
100%. And just on that note, kids, get your scrims in. All right. So if you're going to face Johnny, if you're going to face the big man on the block on the dredge set, you want to be getting those scrims in. But yeah, very, very well played to Johnny. I mean, he definitely showed what his dredge is all about. A really good play. I've really well played this Who Savage too to try and break that constantly. They did play a really good game, but Johnny just too strong in the end. And I do think on that note, we'll be heading into a short intermission where we get the next game set up for you. And it will be, I believe, Phantom on the dredge. So we will see. Oh, maybe Sen. We'll see you then with who is going to be playing the dredge for Too Savage. Stay tuned. I'll take us in. All right, welcome back, DBD Indo, to the second game of the first set of the first series of the night. At the moment, we'll be seeing Sen on the dredge with the survivor lineup of Insomnia, that being Andrew, Nu, Sizz, and Cash himself. We're going to be seeing a really good dredge. Oh, and I think that we're having a little bit of lobby problems at the moment. I'm not too sure if we're going into mission at the moment. Just quickly checking with the referees to see what is the happens at the moment.
Yeah, I guess we'll find out really soon what's going on. We had the lobby set up. I think we had a couple of players ready to go, and then unfortunately, our friends at Behavior, yeah, not up for the second set of the dredge tonight. So we'll try and get this lobby set back up as quickly as we can. I just want to give a quick shout out to our boy Cash from OCE. That 4K2 result. With the exhaustions allowed, and just the perks with Hunter, as we've seen in the past previous weeks with the For the People We're Gonna Live plays, man, like seriously impressive result, right?
No, yeah, definitely. I think he was the good call to bring in the snowball build as well. Definitely caught Too Savage off guard. Usually expecting maybe Corrupt to be brought into the match, but not seeing it probably threw them off a little bit. But it probably also gave Johnny a lot more info on which generators to travel to, knowing that they were never blocked in the first place, and just knowing that the spawn's on the other side of the map to go to them. In that regard, definitely would have aided him in somewhat of the areas in the map. Anyway, moving on from that statement, hopefully Sen can match the win con of 4K2, maybe even beat it. But I guess we'll soon see as we load into this match right now. I did find out the add-ons that we'll be using in this match. Now, there is Field Recorder. I did notice what it looked like throughout last match. Apparently, it causes the trial to start into Nightfall, causes Nightfall to activate automatically once the last generator is completed, and survivors suffer from the exhausted status effect 15 seconds after coming into contact with the remnant. So definitely a very strong add-on. And then we'll be looking at the other one, which was Broken Doll. I did think it was that, but I was like a little bit too shy to say what it was. I wasn't too sure if my knowledge was correct, but knowing what it does now is increase the duration of Nightfall by 20 seconds, which is also a very strong add-on. No wonder these are very common to be brought into the dredge sets. Nevertheless, moving into the second game, where Sen will be taking on the dredge role for Too Savage. Now, showing a little bit of the camera flicks at the moment, getting himself warmed up. We're going to see some generational gameplay here, I think, Dibs. And now bringing in a more conventional build, Corrupt Intervention, Sloppy Butcher, Pain Res, and Eruption. Just, I think what we're missing from this build from last time was it Pop Goes the Weasel? I'm not too sure.
No,
anyway,
absolutely. Yeah, no, absolutely right, Hunter. The but as you would be aware that the builds are actually locked in 1 hour before the game, so it just, for me, you know, it stops players playing around win cons and creating a more balanced and fair second set of the game. So yeah, we've basically secured the Corrupt, which I think it's looking like a good pick so far, because we're not yet to get that first tag. But I think we have located Andrew possibly in a bad spot here. Taking that first tag with the Sloppy Butcher, as you mentioned in the first game. God Pallet going down, so playing very safe by Andrew, which is what you would expect. We do see the teleport by Sen. Lucky that locker was locked with Andrew. Oh, Andrew double backing as well. And I think we may have a second survivor here for a body block.
Yeah, it's good to double back in reading that really well by Andrew. I'm just not too sure he played the God Palette correctly at the beginning of the match, not pre-throwing it. He did opt for the greed. Nevertheless, I do think we ran into someone maybe stealthing around or doing an active generator, but still taking this. Oh, no, well, it's corrupted, no. So it would just be somebody stealthing around. Anyway, we're just going to continue on this chase with Andrew because he is our tag survivor, trying to get him down as soon as possible. He's playing really well now to greed these pallets, make sure he's not getting hit the second time, and playing these check spots immaculately, running running to the opposite side of this pallet here at bottom 11 and just vaulting it constantly. And Sen just struggling to mind game. Andrew, he's just not falling for any of these. He's playing really patient, really well. We see the first generator of the child proc, and he vaults the pallet and does not get hit. Amazing chase by Andrew at this point in time. Can he dodge the remnant a little bit? Sen not utilizing the remnant, going to be canceling, and he's struggling to get this next M1 onto Andrew. Andrew just playing flawlessly at the moment, running down to the bottom one side of the map and now running to this table pallet, which just can be an absolute nightmare if played correctly. But I'm not too sure what happened there. I think he teleported to the remnant to try and mind game Andrew, but found Cash in the process. And now we're going to be taking this chase back onto Andrew whilst tagging Cash there. He was able to get away from that pallet at bottom one, and now a hit take from Sizz, and Sen just struggling to get a M1 down at this point in time, and 2 generators have popped in the process. My God, this has been an amazing start by Insomnia, and this, I dare say, we're going to be looking at outs here, Dibs.
Oh man, I'm just watching this in awe. Andrew he's on the run of his life. Like he'll be in VC right now, talking to the boys. You know, just he's going crazy, absolute crazy. But we do see the first down of the trial. So man, I have not seen a dredge first trace like that in a very long time. Like I take my hat off to Andrew for that one. We do see the first stack of pain resonance come in, and we also do see both our injured survivors reset as well. So, and as you mentioned, for that first chase, 2 whole generators popped with the corrupt intervention obviously expiring. So, and as well as that generator there did have some progress on it. So we're not, Hunter, we're not far away seeing the Tycon in this game. I'm really worried for Sen. This is, man, I think the survivors are going to have to make some really crucial mistakes for Sen to claw this one back. How do you feel?
I'm going to be honest, I completely forgot about the win con, just seeing that absolutely crazy chase by Andrew. But yeah, if they pop 2 more generators, they win this game. Okay, all things considered, it is their pick. Okay, still have the Mastermind set after this game, and I think we can pretty much close this one down with no stages on the board at the moment. I just don't see Sen pulling back this match to winning it, to be honest with you. And now finding this chase here, I'm not too sure who's in chase at the moment, but it's definitely an injured survivor considering that we have a healthy one taking a hit, and Sizz going to be taking that hit on from Sen to make sure that Andrew doesn't go down. Actually, no, we do have a stage on the board. I'm actually smashed. Anyway, we're just going to be quickly downing Sizz. We need to get a quick pain res here. I feel just definitely to take the match back, take a little bit of that progression and transfer it back into the way of 2 Savage. And we do a luck out to find one just there. And we're still at 3 gens, okay? So Sen definitely has time to snowball this. Going to be very difficult. But also, he has Sloppy to aid him here. Now, a quick thing to note is like when both of those survivors who took a hit, I do believe it was Cash and Sizz, got reset really quickly. I'm not too sure if there was some perks to counter that, or if it was a double, if it was a triple reset in that regard. I'm not quite too sure, but the gen pressure here is on the board. Okay, so it's going to be very hard for them to, for Sen to pull this back for his team, especially when you have just people like Cash just playing these checkbox really well. Unfortunately, getting tagged there at the window. That window can be a real nightmare sometimes if you're a killer, like, not gonna lie, because it's just so far away from the doorway. Anyway, playing that really well, Sen getting that tag and now moving towards Andrew, who will be working this bottom 6 gen, and he's going to be running to bottom 8. Now, bottom 8 is a lot more stronger now, considering it's a lot more open than what it previously has been with the mid-witch changes that happened maybe, I think, mid to late last year. And Sen just not having any of that chase. He got his tag, he got his sloppy butcher tag, going to be playing around it and going to be trying to catch out Cash, who's on this bottom 5 generator. He knows he has to play aggressive, considering the fact is to win this set, he needs to ensure that he wins at that score entirely at the moment. So now just Johnny getting down at this bottom 3 side of the map, going to be slugging, and Sen just going to be trying to maintain that pressure onto the generators that are being worked at the moment.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I completely agree with this play by Sen. He knows, I think the last time he got a couple of eruption kicks on these gens, they were, man, there was 2 gens about 75% done, and we only need one of those gens to pop to meet that Tycon. So leaving Johnny on the floor, we're playing a 3v1 essentially, and then essentially it's a 2v1 when you send in a survivor to pick him up. But beautifully played by Andrew there. He winning another 50-50 continuing on from the start of this game, where he really served it up to Sen, starting off these boys in a... Man, that start was impressive. But we do see the down now coming in on Andrew. I think... Oh no, Sen is playing Save It. He is going for that... for the pick, and that will be Andrew... Oh, Andrew entering the second stage for him in the game. And we do see the third generator pop off the trial, which... Hunter, we're at Tycon, man. This is getting down to the wire.
Very good of Andrew to just die in the corner of bottom 6 there to definitely get that generator pop. That the more so the top 10 side of the map, I do believe that's where the gen was now going to be taking this chase onto Cash, who's going to be looping Sen around this little bottom 11 pallet that he still hasn't broken yet, and just giving him a doorway for free. That's just really unfortunate for Sen. He's really struggling to get these tags on the board now, considering that he knows he's at his Tycon, and I think he's playing a little bit into his head. All survivors are still alive, and nobody is near death at the moment, I do believe. So it's looking really dire for Sen here. I don't think he'll be pulling it back. I think we can safely say that Insomnia in the box seat here to be winning this game, and as I say that, they are popping the last generator. Sen knew it, nodding all the way along, and unfortunately for 2 Savage, but fortunately enough for Insomnia, the set will be going to Insomnia's way, which will make it 1-0, one step closer to not being eliminated for Insomnia, one step closer to being eliminated if you're 2 Savage, and this is just something we didn't see coming loading into this Dibs. They have played amazing at this point in time, and just Sen now getting this tag. He's still going to play for his best result now. He's going to be trying to show that, you know, they're still in the game. It's definitely not a time to be dropping your heads. You definitely have the potential to bring it back if you are 2 Savage, and that's exactly what they'll be doing at this point in time now, catching one of the survivors working this bottom 3 generator, and I don't think that they really have much generator progress on the board, unless I could be mistaken. They were just really focused on getting that last generator done to match the win con so they could take away the set Dibs.
Yeah, no, I completely agree, Hunter. I think these guys, you know, they were prioritizing that 4th gen. Even with a couple of injuries on the board, the gen pressure in the first 3 quarters of this game was absolutely amazing, as well as the great chases. And then we were seeing the resets come in so quickly. Like, we had 3 injuries on the board, and then everyone's healed. Like, just the teamwork from these guys, that like they're on form. And I reckon, and correct me if I'm wrong, these guys have played, this roster in particular, have they played together for a fair while now?
They are the boys of the OCE region. They're always together, always mates, no matter what the time or day is. Like, they're always just either they're pubbing, either they're scrimming. Their synergy is just amazing. It is unmatched at this point in time, knowing how active they are in the community. So it definitely shows in their gameplay. You can definitely tell that they all work really well together. Yeah, just playing this game really well, to be honest. There's not really much else to say on that matter.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. We do see a nice down coming there on Cash. I did see I think I seen a sneaky little Andrew on the corner there coming in for a body block, but unfortunately he couldn't get there in time. We do see the 3rd stack of Pain Resonance being applied to the furthest progressed gen, and a very, very fast pull off the hook. I'm not sure which survivor. Oh, it was actually an injured survivor. It could be any of them, to be honest, because we've got 3 injuries on the board there. But we still do see Sen, you know, absolutely fighting to the end. You know, he's one of the best killers going around for many years, so it wouldn't surprise me if he can still put an amazing result on the board. If anyone can do it, it's the man right here, going into the Mastermind set, you know, keeping that mentality high, because man, I think we're in for a long night. I think we could be seeing a tiebreaker set.
Maybe, maybe not. Who knows? Dibs, who knows? Anyway, we're going to be, yeah, making sure that we try and play for this best result, but I do see that generator popping. I'm not too sure where that was. I wasn't really able to pay attention. But yeah, it is the this is the top 10 side of the map. No, or am I tripping? Or is it top 4? I can't really tell. I'm really disoriented at the moment anyway. Going to be taking this chase onto Andrew. Just looping around this long wall, just buying time for the exit gates to be worked at the moment. And I do believe it was the top 10 side of the map, so we're going to be doing the top 12. Maybe just going to die here nice and safe, nice and away from bottom 6, and getting that down onto Andrew now. We're going, yeah, bottom 6 popping just there at the moment, and I do believe that's going to be a 3-man out with Andrew Death. Andrew, definitely the MVP of this match. I will give him that. Just playing really well in that first, second chase. Johnny just falling straight behind it. Nu and Sis definitely doing what they did best, taking hits, making sure generators were procced. But I do believe that watching those chases from Andrew is definitely what set this game apart from a win and a loss on the side of 2 Savage. Nevertheless, we're going to be moving on into the next match. Dibs, do you have any final words we say before we head into the intermission?
Man, I just wanted to say an amazing Survivor performance there. Obviously, Andrew, man, I think he'll be. I think there'll be some happy yapping going on in BC right now. He'll be reminding those boys of what he did in that game, and man, he deserves that. That was a really, really good start to that game to set those guys off for a really good result. But man, it's 1-0 up to Insomnia, and I guess we'll see if 2 Savage can fight back on the Mastermind set.
Yeah, definitely. I won't be surprised if I see an Andrew GIF being posted in the next 10 minutes. But we'll definitely catch you guys with the next set, which is the Mastermind, and is Sen playing the Mastermind. So we'll be right back after a quick short break. And welcome back to the next set of the night of the first series. I do have the score for you guys. Insomnia getting 10. Self-dibs. Now we're going to be loading into the match with pretty much the same lineup from last game, Sen on the killer, but however we have had a sub in, and it is none other than himself, Jams, who will be taking the spot of, I do believe that was I do believe it was Cash who was on the Dredge set now.
It was.
No longer,
Yes.
Yeah, no longer on the set. So we'll be seeing what he can cook up on the Mastermind set in as terms of how Survivor goes. But what do you presume will happen in this set, Dibs?
Yeah, I'm torn on this one because I've seen Sen play Mastermind sets previously in this tournament, and his results have been they've been really impressive, especially again because of the allowed perks with the all your standard exhaustions allowed, being sprint burst, life, and even balance landing off the main building as well. So for the poor little mastermind, that can be a tough feat sometimes. But Sen's ability on this killer, his skill cap is very high. Man, I'll be honest, I am riding, I'm in Jarms's backpack right now, man. I'm expecting to see a very good chase from our boy that's close to our heart.
Yeah, he did tell me before the match. He said, "I'm gonna win. You watch. I'm gonna win." And I was like, "Okay, buddy. Let's see it." He said, "Source me up in the chase, and we'll see what's gonna happen tonight. Maybe you'll have like a goated one, maybe not. Who knows? Hope to see a goated one from him definitely. But just quickly getting the lobby set up now. If I had to guess, right, knowing Sen's mastermind, I would think 4K1, 4K2. After seeing that dredge set, I'm not quite too sure at the moment. I'm stumbling a little on my thoughts. I'm not quite too sure what's going to happen in this match. So that's the best kind of matches, you know. You go into these games, you don't know what to expect, and it just turns out to be something that is just completely amazing. I think we'll be talking about these matches for a really long time, definitely, as being even this is just a lower bracket as well. Like we still have the best of 5 tonight, which should be just as great. Anyway, we are loading in with Sen on the mastermind quickly, and we're just gonna peek the build once we load in. I think I've said that a little too early, seeing that we're just loading in now. But hopefully we can have a really strong first chase. We've loaded in the survivors who spawned at 1. Killer spawned on the bottom side of the map. Now, I'm not too sure on personal preference what you guys really think. There is a 3-gen, and currently we are 3-gen on bottom side, sorry, mid 7 and 6, and Andrew will be calling it out as we are spectating Andrew at the moment. If we could get a quick view on where the killer is from our lovely spectator here, that would be much appreciated. Just filtering out through the survivors now, and our Wesker making it, Sen making it down to the top side of the map and taking chase onto the main. Deciding he doesn't want to chase it. Really good thought process here from Sen. Going to be finding someone in more of a favorable position for him who's going to be running into the 3-gen, and it will be Andrew playing around this rock filler, this god rock, and he is playing it really well at the moment, reading Sen's movement really nicely, and just we're going to be taking this quick brutal strength break onto this god rock at bottom 6 and just moving around to this rock filler. I hate these rocks, to be honest with you, but Andrew just playing it really nicely. He's going to be dropping down as soon, like at the right point in time. Not the balance landing survivor, unfortunately. Just maybe he was. I'm not too sure. That was pretty quick. I don't know if that was just from him getting hit here. Pallet teching Sen on the shack pallet. Nah, there's no way you do that, Andrew. That is kind of crazy, and we're just going to be quickly downing Andrew regardless, unfortunately not being able to make it far after that pallet tech over at Shack Dibs.
Man, what a start to this game. Like, I was a little bit blown away that at main building that with Sen's double dash, he didn't actually get the hit on Nu at that window. I thought he got scammed a little bit there. But nonetheless, Sen taking the chase on the bottom side of the map, playing around that hill. I did happen to notice that Andrew was the balance landing survivor, so slightly mistimed balance off the hill, getting hit, and then doing the Wesker tech back to Sen, but not lasting too much longer after that. Sen obviously applying eruption to the middle of the coal tower, having an idea on where 2 survivors were, working on the top side of the map. That first down, you know, I think the boys would have liked to get the first generator done before that first down come in, but here we do see the first gen of the trial completed. So I think this could go either way. I think we're sitting in a pretty bit of a stalemate position here with 1 gen, the 4th generator 50% progressed, with a 3rd gen about 20%. So I think Sen is happy to see Andrew going into the 2nd stage there and venturing into the middle side of the map, obviously seeing a survivor on that mid-gen. Hunter, I haven't seen the gen spawn. Have we got sort of a 3-3 split? Have you seen it?
Somewhat. We did have like a really tight 3-gen over at the bottom side of the map, but I do think that there's like 4 generators just mid to 4. So, sorry, mid to bottom. So with those 4 generators in mind, if you notice how Sen plays very defensively around Eruption on the Coal Tower one, you notice from his Oni matches that he likes to patrol the middle of the map with a hook at the bottom side, and he's noticed this. It's very common for Sen to do this and very smart play. It's something to take into consideration if you are a killer main. Unfortunately, letting that unhook happen and just Andrew knowing to take him all the way to the top side of the map, utilizing this bottom pallet here, but bringing him towards a active generator and going down the process, that's not very good. Unfortunately, no one coming in to take a hit at that point in time for Andrew to make top side, but this is I think this is gonna be a really rough game now, being a 3v1 at 3 generators remaining. Yeah, we do have a little bit of progress over at the mid side of the map, but Sen actually not getting the down onto Nu. They're unfortunately throwing him into nothing, just missing the wall, but quickly going down. No eruption proc because we got it on Andrew in mid, so we're going to be taking this hook onto Nu. I do believe there must be a pain res here because he must be pretty confident chasing into this top side. No, it's not a pain res. He has the potential to lose a generator here if he's not careful, to be honest with you. And there is that, see that 4 gen, that there was that tight 3 gen that he's looking at right now, that mid 7-6 3 gen there. He's going to be running over to 5. He's going to try and patrol these generators though, ensure the 4K2. I feel like this is what he's going to go for here, Dibs. You see him playing around the mid side of the map and then just constantly checking his gens to make sure that there's no extra unnecessary pressure from the survivors if you're the side of 2 Savage. So, yeah, I just believe he's going to be playing really defensive.
No, I absolutely agree. You identified that 3 gen working into a 4 gen very early, and I feel this is not that common of a spawn on the Coal Tower. I feel like the gens are more predominantly always that top side. You get the 4-5 gen top side, but nonetheless, he is choosing to take the chase onto Sizz. I'm not quite sure what exhaustion Sizz has, but we have also seen the unhook come in now on Nu with the infection. With the dash being applied to Sizz, man, these boys need to keep fighting, to try and get a couple more of these generators done in the trial. Really good pathing there by Sizz, buying a fair bit of time. Ooh, and that very nice down by Sen, applying eruption to that mid gen, which is a part of his 3 gen on the bottom side of the map. Also applying the second pain resonance stack of the trial. So again, this is going to slow generator progression, and I think we only have about 50% of our 3rd generator of the trial completed, with Sen knowing that the injured Nu is on the top side of the map. So it'll be very interesting to see where Jarms is positioned right now. I can only imagine he's somewhere on the bottom side of the map, trying to, stealth in for that save onto Sizz. But Hunter, I am a little bit worried that the gen progression is quite slow right now.
Yeah, you are correct in saying that Jarms is setting up for that save, and yeah, as a result, that will definitely slow down the gen pressure, unfortunately. Sizz dying in the gens, which just you can't allow happening, unfortunately. Like, getting caught out at 6, you have to be running down to that top side because all the generators you need to be working are on the bottom side, and the only generator you can really be working is that main generator, which we saw Nu hopping on. So Nu's just going to gain collectively the amount of progress on that main generator while Jarms stealths for the save, and hopefully Sizz can have a chase that can bide enough time for the main generator to pop. Unfortunately, just letting him hit second, I'm not too sure what's happening there. Sen's going all the way down to the bottom side. I'm not too sure if this was like a miscom. Sorry, I'm actually not too sure what this was. In all honesty, I really did anticipate them to get the pull a lot earlier when Sen left. Now just moving back towards the bottom side of the map, and if we find Sizz, this is going to spell trouble for Insomnia. He's going to be going down. He's going to want this quick down really soon, and if it does happen, I don't think they're going to be able to get any more generators done yet. It's just, I'm just not too sure what the thought process there was. Just unfortunately allowing Sizz to hit second, and now this just spells death for him. Now we're at a 2v1. It's 3 gens remaining. The only thing you can really do in this point in time if Sen doesn't actually stop it is you get main popped. That's the only thing you could possibly do. We haven't really seen Jarms all game. He has been stealthing. I'm not too sure. I don't think we allow Deli on Wesker. I'd be really surprised if we do. Maybe he's just stealthing to get the generators done and just keep out of the game to preserve the stages. I'm not really too sure. I honestly, I can't really pinpoint why, but we do see Nu taking chase onto this main building now, and I think Sen will be leaving it and going more towards the bottom side, knowing that Jarms would be working maybe by that 5 generator, and he has been. You can definitely tell this is going off its fritz a little bit, so we can definitely expect to see Jarms is hiding around one of these tiles here. It would be nice to know, maybe a locker. Oh, no, just hiding in the tile at 5. Hopefully we can see a juicer chase here from Jarms. Unfortunately, getting hit through that God Rock there, not being able to make it in time, getting slammed into that tree over at 4. Going to be trying to take the chase down to the top side of the map. No, unfortunately, like moving back in towards the active generators. I do believe this is just a bite time for main to pop. And as I say that, we do hear main pop in the background, and Jarms just playing that really well to get the generator over at main popped. But now you have the problem of Nu not really being able to do much, now being found after that generator propping. I dare say we're heading into a 4K2, which is really well played by 2 Savage to get that done. Unfortunate for Insomnia not to last long enough really in their chases, and just, yeah, I just still really don't get the thought process behind letting Sizz hit second dibs, unless I'm missing something, unless Sen was able to make it back in time. What do you think?
Yeah, no, I was at a bit of a loss with that as well. I think that was possibly a slight misplay, slight miscomm, maybe some hesitation there, because we also did see Nu get the reset, and I can only assume that was by a med kit, because there was only 3 survivors remaining in the trial at that time. I just wanted to say how close that 3rd gen there we just seen completed of the trial. I feel like Sen got that down right as the generator was completed, basically cancelling out the eruption on the main generator. So as we were thinking, it was getting down to the 4K2, and we do see some amazing mechanical skill coming here by Sen, you know, going for that little trick shot there, putting on a bit of a show for us. But yeah, Nu is holding his own absolutely against Sen. This is I'm really enjoying this chase as for both these players fighting to the bitter end. So I think we might just see an M1 down coming in now, just on Nu with nothing else to play. I think possibly our only chance of more points being awarded, other than the 4K2, is the potential bleed out on Jarms. I just need to check if he was a fresh hook still. Yes. So Hunter, I'm not sure if you're aware that the fresh hook survivor, if not found, only 4 out of 6 points will be awarded. So it's basically like getting another generator completed for the survivor team.
Yeah, I am aware of those old balancing rules. We did used to use them back in the old DBO days, and Sen knows it. He does yeah, he found him. He is just trying to be cheeky hiding that corner. That's a really good hiding spot. That's where Monk hid last week, but you know, it didn't really matter in that regard because Monk was already hooked in, just able to find Jarms there, unfortunately for Insomnia, and fortunately for 2 Savage to secure that 4K2. It's not uncommon that you see a little 1v1 happening between Sen and Nu, being as close as they were once upon a time. It's good to see that happen kind of again. It was really enjoyable to watch. Disregarding the 4K2 scenario for Insomnia, definitely not really the result you want on a Wesker set, but Sen just playing this flawlessly, and it just shows why they picked the Mastermind set. And I do think dibs that will be going to the tiebreaker. I'm just not too sure, unless Gibbsy can pull something out of the hat here. I have faith in my boy Gibbsy. I won't lie. I'm really excited to see. Maybe it's Nu. Wait, maybe it's Nu. Wait, maybe it's Nu. Maybe I'm gaslighting myself, and maybe it's Nu. What do you think? Do we have confirmation who it is?
No, I don't think we do. Like, I'm struggling for words here because I'm actually so excited to see who the killer player is going to be. Like, there's so many possibilities for us right now. But I also just want to say, just before we go to a quick intermission, Hunter, that expedition that Sen just put on for us of mechanical ability on the Mastermind, man, that was impressive. Like, that's what we showed up tonight to see. And man, he didn't let us down. That was an absolutely amazing result, 4K2. And going in with a 4K3 win con, that is going to be really, really tough for Insomnia to get the 2-0 on that set.
I think in this regard, what you have to do if you're the killer side on Insomnia is you have to go into the match with absolute aggression. Slug aggressively get downs. Don't worry about the hook stages. Make sure you're taking note of where you slug people, because bleed out rules really apply in this tournament. And yeah, just play like your life depends on it, in all honesty. Now, and that being said, what I think we'll do is we'll take a quick intermission while we get the next match set up for you guys, and we will see you all very shortly. Stay tuned. Welcome back, DBD Indo, to the second game of the second set of the first series. We just saw Sen get a 4K2 on the Mastermind. We're going to be seeing if Nu now can be matching that that win con or even beating it. So to beat it, he needs a 4K3, which is very, very difficult to do if you're the side of Nu, of Insomnia. Going into this match, I feel like we said, you need to be playing really aggressive. Getting those downs, slugging is one of the main things. And hopefully with the locked builds rule taking effect, that we've brought something that will aid us. Maybe some regression. I'm thinking maybe corrupt intervention and just 3 regression perks. That is what I'm hoping for. Granted, you can bring something to help you like brutal strength or agitation, something that will really make sure that you can, that will aid you in chase. So as we load in, we'll see what I have just predicted. We see Corrupt Intervention, Pain Risk, Grim Embrace, and Eruption. This is a build, that's for sure. Now let's take a look at the generator spawns here. We've spawned more towards the mid-3 side of the map, and we have a generator over here at bottom 7, bottom 6. I think they're all top side, I'll be honest with you. Yeah, oh wait, we have a... Is that a 5-gen top? Am I going crazy? I'm not too sure. We're going to be taking the chase onto Sen over here at the shack. Losing the shack already. That is really unfortunate for Sen and not very common. Just getting slammed into that corner over at shack behind and now vaulting the window and trying to utilize that life to get into a better position. I think we're going to be making one loop around the shack. No, going to opt for this rock filler over at 6. Almost getting stunned in the process. Nu playing really aggressive onto Sen. This is what you really want to see. This is how he has to play. I think we're looking at a really potentially early down here by Nu, and that's exactly what we see. This is exactly what he needs. He needs to get this hook quickly. He needs to make sure that it's a pain res, and he needs to be going back to those generators on the top side of the map to catch somebody out there. And if he can get a hook inside of this these top generators over at the top side, that's going to spell trouble for Too Savage, to be honest, and put things more into the favor of Nu. And he knows this. He's going to be going straight back down to the top side. And now, with that Grim Embrace taking into effect, you have all 5 generators getting blocked currently. So, take a look at the split. You have 1, you have 12, you have 3, you have, 1, 12, you have 11. That's the Coal Tower 3 gen. You have 3 behind him. And I do believe that was around the 8th side of the map where the 5th gen will reside. So, if he can make sure to keep a hold of all these generators using Eruption and utilizing all of his Grim Embrace and stacks, I dare say we can see him match this win con, if not beat it, Dibs.
Oh man, what an absolute banger of a start. And Hunter loading in, I did not expect to see a locked build being Grim Embrace as well. Like this, if there was a win con gonna be met at a 4K3 win con, this is it. Getting back to it though, taking the chase onto Sen. Oh, I can't believe that didn't connect. That is absolutely mind-blowing to me, and we just found the life survivor, obviously being Sen. So that has bought so much more time getting to the mid eye filler there as well. I don't think his bottom tiles are very good. I think his bottom is very barren. There is not much here other than this down pallet that Sen threw earlier. But man, we haven't even seen a generator pop in the trial yet. We obviously do have probably some quite high generator progress on that top side of the map, but Nu is, oh, and he gets cucked by that rock on the second dash. This is really buying some time for these survivors, just for 3 of them to sit on 3 separate gens, while Sen puts up his second chase of the trial. I think Nu just needs to get this down, man. He really needs to. Oh, and another missed dash. That is really unfortunate. I think. Oh man, I think Nu may need to leave this chase to go have a look at his generators, because there. I think there is 2 pop in the distance there. So we are at that Tycon, Hunter. How are you feeling?
I don't agree with this chase onto Sen. I don't know what the thought process was chasing someone who's just not really going to aid you in the playstyle that you need to be playing. Unfortunately, now hitting the Tycon, I just feel like it's just really pointless to chase Sen here. Now he's playing a lot better than what he was before, not making as many mistakes. And as I say that, he vaults the window into the loving embrace of Nu. Unfortunately. So just taking into account like how he really needed to play this game, I feel like he needed to be a lot more aware of the generators at the top side of the map. He's just kind of let like 2 of them go for free, and that's just not how you need to be playing. He needed to go for a fresh survivor and ensure that he was getting the stacks of Grim Embrace and Pain Res. Alternatively, he could have tunneled Sen out, and on the off chance that Sen had a really bad chase, yeah, it probably would have been a little bit more beneficial to Nu, having now gone back and getting a lot more value from his perks such as Pain Res. But I think the more safe option was to go for someone who would have been working at one of those top side generators. Granted, would have took a little bit of searching at that point in time, definitely a little bit of stealth, but I don't think nobody was on the generator, so he would have been able to sniff somebody out at that point in time. Just maybe it was like maybe a confidence thing, just like not like just he knew if he just downed Sen for playing like poorly like he was before the start of the game, then it would have benefited him. But unfortunately, not doing so and kind of losing that 5 gen now. So what do you do if you're in this position now and you're trying to secure the 4K2? It doesn't really matter if he ties at this point in time or if he loses the game. I think what we have to take into account now is that we are going to the tiebreaker. He can play for the best possible result. Okay, tying does help the team because it will turn it into a 1-0. So even if Too Savage do win the next set, they will still have to replay the Mastermind set. Nevertheless, I don't really think we'll be going down to more than 3 sets this game, this series, sorry. Anyway, going into more present times of the match, we have seen 2 stages take into effect since my yapping. So we'll be taking this chase onto Baki now, slamming him into the tree as we hook Phantom over towards that 2 side of the map, taking chase onto this Godfiller at 9 and stunning Nu. I feel like he definitely wants to go back and try to catch out the person crossing for the save, unfortunately not getting there in time, and we do hear that generator over in the mid side going off its chops. We see him now take chase onto Phantom, and I do believe we have used majority of our pain rest stacks, so even if we do down Nu here, having no pain, having no eruption value, having no grim embracer value, I do think we're going to be seeing another generator pop in the distance, unless we can quickly interrupt it. I'm not too sure. Ada, Baki running over into the top side of the map. That just tells me that there's maybe somebody working on that shack side, on that shack gen or on that 7 gen, now taking chase over into the main side of the building, going to go on the back side. And this is like a pretty long chase, well played by Baki. Unfortunately, getting tagged at that window. I feel like he probably should have ran around the main building. I feel like he would have made it, but what do I know? We're going to be taking this pick onto Baki now, and we're going to be trying to find a hook that will put us in a more favorable position, maybe back towards the middle side. No, we're going to be going for this 2 side. I think this might be his final pain res, his final grim embrace stack, right, Dibs? Or am I miscalculating that? Is it Aimer?
No, you absolutely, with everything going on, your calculations were 100% spot on. And also to add to that, Hunter, that is our 4th stack of Grim Embrace. So still sitting at the Tycon, obviously seeing the Obsession's aura now, the Obsession being Aimer, and he's well aware of that. I'll be honest, man, my DBD hours of the last 2 years has been very minimal, so I didn't even know that Grim Embrace exposed the Obsession's aura for a little bit. So I've been caught out of that many times, but beautiful play by Aimer, getting the stun there on the top side, using, you know, that Grim Embrace, those 45 seconds, they're almost gone. It has now expired. So we do also see 2 survivors here. 2 of the injured survivors. No, sorry, 1 of the injured survivors resetting. I think that's Sen. Sen's healed, and we've got Phantom as well. So I think it's not long until we're going to see that 4th generator of the trial pop to award that win con to 2 Savage. But we do see Sen taking the down there. Obviously all the pain resonance being used, none of the eruption applied. That's an old eruption proc there. That gen's back to 0, and I think this is going to be the death hook coming in on Sen, as well as the 4th generator completed. So Hunter, it looks like we could be in for a long night, my friend. It looks like we're going into a tiebreaker set with these 2 amazing OCE teams.
Yeah, we are. Both of them winning their picks. This has been really good from both sides. Unfortunately, Nu not being able to hold on to the 4K2. And like we said, that Grim Embrace, even though it was 45 seconds, just didn't really aid Nu in the process, to be honest. This happened at a really inconvenient time where he just couldn't really find anybody, and then finding those 2 survivors down on the shack side of the map just a little too late for anything to really take place, for anything really to happen. And just the gen pressure once the board on the side of 2 Savage has been really good so far. Going to be taking this eruption proc onto 7 now, trying to make sure that no other generators pop if you're new. Still playing for the best result. Going to be seeing this middle generator also being worked on, and we're at a 2v1 situation where now I think this is Aimer going to be taking chase onto the onto the top side of the map, just trying to make sure that Nu is as far away from the bottom side as possible to ensure that last generator gets procced. Balance landing procking in the process. Aimer playing around these pallets, this main building really well. Double vaulting the window to ensure not to get hit, and now Nu knows he has to leave this chase, and he does. I think he knows that the generator is going to pop. I won't lie. He's doing like little sways like that. He knows he's not going to make 7 in time. So hopefully, if you're back, you definitely have this gen ready to go off right now. And I think we see scratch marks in the background, and I don't think we're able to get that generator done in time. No, he just, no, sorry, he saw Ada just like stealthing around, probably more than likely, knowing that that generator was nowhere near done. I do think, if from what I'm hearing right now, it'll be around 60 or 70%, slamming Aimer into the shack wall inside, double vaulting this window. A little bit of mind games from Nu coming in. unfortunately not getting the second dash and kind of missing it. Now we can only presume that Aima will be working that middle side, as we see Baki just taking chase flawlessly onto the Shack, just not losing it at this point in time. It is important to know that Shack palette is dropped, so it's a much weaker tile, but still playing around it really well, still playing around this window because the Shack window is a strong loop in of itself. And now we have that window straight into 5, and we know to leave that. That is just, oh, that would piss me off if I was Killer. I'll tell you right now, Dibs, and he knows that this generator was about to pop, and really smart by Nu to go back to kick it and head back towards the chase that he was once doing at maybe 30 seconds ago.
Oh man, these chases, this 2v1 right now that we're watching, these boys they're almost trying to clip on each other, you know, as friends. Some of the gameplay that we're seeing right now, absolutely phenomenal. I am so glad that we're both able to be here tonight, just for both these teams putting on a show for us. There's a nice tag there coming in by Nu, obviously realizing that he can't stick that chase at main building. He wants to get back and defend this sort of a loose 3-gen, but not too bad for a middle 3-gen on the cold tower. He does see that gen is cranking though. I think that's about to pop, but Baki knows that he can't finish it in time. And I think in the eruption there's going to be just a quick 10% regression straight, and he gets the throw, and the gens do get that regression. He also has the aura on Aima with the eruption pop, so we're going to leave Baki on the ground, which is absolutely the right thing to do. Not taking anything away from Nu. This Hunter, this 4K1 result, like on the Mastermind with very lenient balancing, like with his build as well, not playing around the Grim Embrace at the start of the game, I think this is still an absolutely amazing result. If we saw this at the first, you know, the first set of the game, we would just be saying how well Nu has played and set up an amazing win con for his team.
You are correct in saying that we should take nothing away from Nu. He's played this game immaculately, but just that proves how well Sen played the game before. Unfortunately, for Insomnia, they will have to play the tiebreaker. They haven't won just yet. 2 Savage are still hungry for it. So now we're going to be seeing if we can find the select survivor who was just happening to wait on the hatch. The cheeky little bastard, Baki, picking him up and hooking him so we could get this show on the road. I'm excited to see what is it the Oni set? What that will bring? No, unknown. Sorry, unknown. The only tiebreaker is for next the best of 5, but we'll be seeing what will happen on Ormond Lake Mine. Now, I know this is a favorite for both sides. Ormond Lake Mine. I haven't really seen any teams be scrimming. I've seen a few of the teams in OSL scrim someone who doesn't play unknown quite that often, but from what I've gathered, it's a very large map. I don't really know how he performs on it. I would expect some stages considering how big it is and how the gen spreads are, but I think we're just going to have to wait and see.
Oh, absolutely. The only unknown that I've seen a couple of scrims by the boys of Insomnia. They're 4-man that who have played together for a long time. We're getting some very impressive results out the door. I do feel it's a big map. It's a very big map, but ultimately I feel like it can come down to that first chase on the unknown, whether he can hit his UVXs. I am really, really looking forward to see how both these teams perform on that set. But if it's anything like the first 2 games that we've seen, Hunter, we're in for a good one. I can't wait to see what we've got in front of us.
That we are. You are not wrong in that regard. And on that note, we'll be seeing you when we have the next match set up for you guys. Stay tuned. We are going to the tiebreaker. This is going down to the wire. Welcome back, DVD Indo. So we just saw the win from Two Savage. I have the scorecard with me. So the scores are stands Insomnia with 6 points towards generators, 0 towards escapes, 0 towards penalties, and 24 towards hooks for a total of 30. Two Savage with 8 points on the generators, 0 on the escapes, 0 on penalties, and 24 on the hook stages, meaning that there was only one generator difference for a total of 2-point difference. 30 to Insomnia, 32 to Two Savage, who were to take that win on that last set, now loading into the next match, which will be the tiebreaker. So the third set of the night, the third set of this series. Let's see who's going to take match. In all honesty, I don't really know what to expect. Yes, I have the my assumptions, but it would be really nice to see what can be done. So Gibbsy loading into the Ormond Lake mine. I do believe that is the bottom side of the map, which is more towards 6 or 7. Moving more towards in the mid side of the map, see if we can see any stealth out survivors. And at the moment, not really seeing anyone. He's going to get a little bit of a vantage point up in this mid side of the map, and we do catch, I do believe that is Aimer, just kind of wandering around, getting caught stealthing out with a med. Do we allow medkit on A tier balancing divs?
Yeah, it's just a brown med kit, no add-ons. That is all there is to it. So it only allows one heal. I think we may have seen a slight error with the builds, with the add-on. With the offerings. There was only 2 offerings bought in, so I do believe. Yes, okay, so we are going to see a lobby reset here, Hunter. So, I believe, yeah, the match staff was onto that pretty quickly. So, I guess we'll see what happens. There may be some unfortunate penalties applied here, so I guess we will just have to wait and see what we do get back from the match staff.
I think we can yap throughout them restarting, to be honest. It's only like 1 or 2 more offerings. So as they get that set up, it was important to note there just then that we had a good spawn from Gibbsy to be able to catch someone off guard. But I think that was also due to the fact that just offerings were not brought, like the correct offerings. Was that a side of Two Savage's fault, or was that was a side of Two Savage's fault, right? Correct? Like two offerings not brought?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that was definitely both the annotated and the bloody blueprint were missing. We will just get confirmation that that was the error of the survivors, just in case there was some sort of hiccup in the dead by balance that they weren't actually applied on the killer. In the games yesterday, there was no issues there, so I do believe it is all set up correctly. It was an interesting start. Like, obviously we did see the corrupt intervention come in there, and we did see an early first chase as well, but I don't believe that we saw the UVX infection come in, but correct me if I'm wrong, Hunter.
I'm not too sure. We might have got one on Aimer, but I don't really recall. Maybe next match we'll be able to see. Because the only way you probably would have got it at the start of the game elsewhere was if you bring the add-on that you start with the UVX on you at them. I don't remember what add-on that's called, but disregarding that match, throwing it away at the moment, we will be seeing a -2 penalty to Two Savage, unfortunately. Or wait, was it -2 to Insomnia? Now I'm confused. I'm reading the chat that we're giving by the referees, and I am extremely confused. Is it -2 Two Savage?
Yeah, correct. The infringement was by the survivor team not bringing the correct offerings. So I do believe, off memory, I haven't quite looked at the rule set for a little while now, but normally it is a -2 infringement. Because obviously we have had to restart the match now with the correct offerings, which is great. So hopefully we won't see any any more little mishaps, but man, I'm excited to see another unknown set, just to see both of these teams, Survivor and Killer, just showing their great knowledge of the Killer. Because I don't know if you've been watching, Hunter, but the unknown has been getting some really, really low stage results in the competitive scene. It seems like all our players through all the regions have been figuring out how to actually play this Killer.
It's a fan favorite. We noticed in OSL it's one of the most picked killers in regards to all the tournaments, so definitely a lot of teams are going to know how to play this Killer. Now spawning more towards the mid side of the map. This is going to be interesting now to kind of see what kind of gameplay we can expect. I mean, a lot different to what we were seeing before. I didn't really get to see the gen spread. It does seem to be a little bit more clustered towards the 9 and 11 side, no, 9 and 6 side of the map, but going to be taking chase onto this 1 to 2 side, onto Phantom getting tagged pretty early on this. Not even sure what to call that tile, but we're still going to be moving on towards the inside of Shack and inside of main, and we've lost him. We've lost all scratch marks. We've lost all visibility. That was a Dance With Me play! You are insane, Phantom, you cheeky bastard. But no, almost dodging the UVX, playing really fucking well here to just drop this pallet over at the, I don't know what you would call this little tent thing, but nevertheless, unfortunately getting tagged by the UVX again and going down in the process, and now picking up Phantom to go see if we can put him on a pain res hook that will pop the first generator that is being worked on at this point in time.
No, absolutely. We did see the that chase almost lasting almost the whole corrupt intervention time. That was, yeah, Phantom with the life Dance With Me. I sort of picked it straight away as soon as his scratch marks appeared. I thought, oh, Phantom, that is so sneaky, you know. That was an absolute beautiful play. We also do see the pop goes, the Weasel being applied to a progress generator, as well as, oh, we do see Aimer giving up a free tag as well as being infected by the UVS. This could be a very quick down. No, a beautiful dodge out by Aimer, making the Shack pallet as well. So another resource gone out of the trial, but Aimer playing his life there, making a small mistake, but clutching it back, allowing Phantom to also be unhooked as well, just still in that first state. But our killer, Gibbsy, he's locked in. He has located Phantom, and he's going for that tunnel out. So, applying the UVS, he did hit that UVX. So, Phantom was unable to dodge that out. Now, Hunter, I'm not 100% sure on these comms on this map. Mate, do you know, are we playing around the 1-2 side right now?
We're playing around the 1 side, which is more towards the edge of the map. If you go more towards the 2 side just after this tile, sorry, to the tile just after this one, like right here, this is 2. So basically, we've just downed Phantom now at a really good tunnel out at this point in time. I think that's his second stage, yeah, definitely. So going to be taking this nice hook nice and close to more towards our generators here. Gibbsy knows it now. I think at this point in time, you need a quick tag. You need to go back. You need to probably finish the tunnel out at this. I think he's playing for a 4K. It's quite noted that I think we would expect outs from a map this big for a killer of this caliber. So going to be putting this eruption onto the main generator and leaving it now. And it's important to know that the build that we have is Corrupt Intervention, Pop Goes the Weasel, Pain Res, and Eruption, which is just... That build is just insane. Like I can't stress how much I hate that build when I'm going against the Survivor, but nevertheless, it's just so gen heavy. So it's going to be quite difficult for the Survivors to pull this back at the moment, having so much pressure on the board. If you're Gibbsy, going to be camping this tunnel. He's in control now. He's got these little generators set up. He has one at main, he has one mid 6, and he has one more towards the 2 side of the map. So playing really well around his like 3 gen, playing really well around this hook, catching out the stealth out who was going for the unhook, but going to be taking that UVX tag onto Aimer here now, and there's been another person setting up, which is Sen, and he's going to be going down. And if this is a pain res, we can get another pain res onto, I think it would, I believe it'd be main at this point in time, but no, we're going to slug and we're going to try and get this tunnel out onto Phantom, which is also a really good play here from Gibbsy to finish the tunnel out that he started at the start of the game. And now Phantom just playing around this shack really well and just Wing away from it, making so much distance right now. And he is the life player to utilize it through the vault, but Gibbsy, definitely knowing that's going to happen, just putting that UVX tag back onto Phantom, and Phantom, unfortunately, a little slow on the reaction times, but dying on the pallet. Is there anyone for a pallet save? No, so we're going to be picking him up, and we know Gibbsy's like, if there's anyone behind me, I'm just attacking anyway, but it doesn't matter. So Phantom now, death, and we are at 3v1 at 2 generators remaining. 3 stages on the board at the moment. All 3 pain rest stacks still in hand. We have Pop Goes the Weasel active, so if we're going to look for any, we can look for any generators that are currently going off their chops and hopefully kick them in the process, regressing them. So what kind of generator split do we have at the moment? We have Silo. I've been notified by Gohan that is a Silo. So thank you, Gohan. But we have Silo, we have 2, we have mid 6, and we have main to be patrolling at the moment. And with Chase being going to Shaq, this is definitely holdable, Dibs.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I completely agree. We could, depending on the Chase here, Aimer being infected by the UVX, if this is a quick down, I think it could stop 2 gens. Yeah, that is an absolutely beautiful down there by Gibbsy. He is absolutely locked in on this killer. The level of skill and gameplay that we've seen, yeah, no, my eyes are absolutely locked on this screen. So we do see the first hook stage coming in by Aimer. Taking it back, I was going to say, taking it back a little bit, when we did see the double save coming in on Phantom before his death hook, I do believe that Sen was coming in actually for the people. We're going to live play there, but nonetheless, we do see the Pop Goes the Weasel applied, and as well as the quick pull on Aimer. I've not been able to see the generator progress. This gen here, this gen has about 40% maybe applying the eruption to that. Looking around, I think he just did see the Meg Survivor, which is Backy in this this nice little blended fit here on the Ormond Lake Mine, playing this double filler pallet, but taking the tag there, running to what I've now learned, as this is called a silo, dodging out the UVX there. Oh, and a beautiful vault there as well. So, Hunter, I think these survivors, they're clawing this back. We might actually be seeing outs in this game. How are you feeling?
I think he needs to leave this Chase, in all honesty. I think they're going to be smashing out that main building, but no, I think he has eruption procced on that 2 gen, so if he gets this down really quickly, he can potentially save that generator. If that's a generator they're working, the only generator he hasn't kicked is main, so you just got to pray that they're not on the main generator when you're just trying to get this down here onto Backy. So we see the gens proc. I think he needs a slug here, maybe. No, he's going to go for the pain res stack. Okay, it's important to know that he still has his pain res here, so he's just got to look to see around. I know he's taken note into what pain reses he has, which is really good by Gibbsy, but he needs one really quickly to secure these generators at the moment. What he's looking for I think is he's playing around winning a 4K1, I do believe. But if he gets the 4K2, I mean, that's really good. Like that's insane if he does. And I say that, and he's in the position at the moment exactly to get one. All that remains is, where is Sen? If we can find Sen and if we can down him enough quickly in time, we could potentially look at we look at a 4K2 at this point in time. Given that there's no fresh bleed out, so fingers crossed. I just don't really know where Sen's gone. He's just, he's gone to the unhook. Okay, he's pulled it back a little bit. So that was a really dire position to be in. Really good to pre-leave that generator by Sen like 10 years early, knowing I think that Aimer, as soon as he got tagged at first, he would have called that he was going down. So Sen, really good to quickly pick up on that fact and act accordingly. Now looking, Backy going back on that 2 side. Sen stealthing around for the save. This is really good. This is really good for the survivors to play around this, to be honest. Definitely could have went a lot more south for them, so they've retained this really well. Now, Gibbsy got this huge vantage point towards main. This is something that's a little bit more beneficial towards the way of Gibbsy if you're looking at who's going to win this set, is that the 3 gen is all based around a really big vantage point. You notice on other maps you have that little hill that spawns on a Macmillan's or a Azeroth's Resting Place map. So Azeroth's Resting Place, I'm losing my mind. Anyway, we're just going to be taking the Chase on the Sen. He's broken at this point in time, so I think that was a... is this renewal? I mean, why is he broken?
For the people. That was a for the people play.
For the people play, I completely missed it.
Yep, no, that was I think that was actually a great play by Sen, you know, keeping a death hook survivor, just making them healthy straight away, keeping them in the trial, prolonging this trial. I feel like Sen's gameplay, this game, has just been one of the main reasons why we're not actually seeing a 4K2 result right now, and it's still having 2 gens on this map really, really highly progressed. We also do see Aimer taking the UVX there. Really nice UVX by Gibbsy. Oh, and we do see the injure state coming in as well, with Aimer trying to dodge that out. I'm not sure if this was the life survivor. Aimer and Gibbsy has his power back now with the...
Oh, Phantom. It was Phantom. Sorry.
What?
Phantom's
Okay.
a life survivor.
Okay, yep. A beautiful down coming in there. I think that is the death hook coming in on Aimer. So now we do go into the 2v1 with 2 gens remaining in the trial. Now, Hunter, I'm sure I do remember seeing that gen was about 80, 90%, and now we're back to 40%, finding the injured survivor. I think that was that the Meg on the back of main building?
I do believe so. Now we're going to be... Oh, wait. No, this might have been Sen? I'm sorry, I looked away for like a split second to look at the chat, and we're just seeing Sen unfortunately go down at the silo. Now going to be slugging him and looking for the last survivor remaining in the trial, and it is the Meg, it is Baki. So I think, yeah, this is a 4K too. There's just no other way to put it at this point in time. Sen's already been hooked. Has Sen been hooked? Sen's been hooked, right?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Correct.
Well, now it's literally just a 4K2 at this point. If you're the side of Baki at this point in time, you need to be lasting long enough to eventually pick up Sen safely. But I just don't see that happening now. As I say, they're teleporting right in front of his face, and Insomnia now have a 4K2 Tycon. And 2 Savage now need to get a 4K3 if they're going to win this. I'm not too sure what to think. Is it doable? It is. But it takes a lot of willpower, determination, and resilience at this point, because this is a really, really tough win con to meet. Not going to lie, we're going to be waiting for the Mori here. Or maybe we're just going to be picking up, who knows. I think we're going to go for a little cheeky Mori here, Dibs. I think this is going to set some character into the match.
Yeah, no, I think... Oh, no, maybe we're a little bit of a gentleman's agreement here. Maybe, no, absolutely not.
So invaded.
No, we're going to assert some dominance here right at the end of the game. And we're going to see our first unknown Mori of the tournament. However, Hunter, I'm not sure if you recall, just because there's been so much going on tonight, what's going to make this even harder for 2 Savage is, man, I think they've got a -2 penalty as well for bringing the wrong offerings into the first trial on the restart. So I'm scared. I'm fearing for these boys. I think they need a Hail Mary or a miracle to happen right now to keep these guys in the tournament.
I forgot about the penalty. Wait, so on top of that being a 4K2, that turns into a 4K3 win con, and that turns it into a 4K4 they need.
Yeah, I know. I'm almost speechless thinking about it.
Alright, let's pray for our boys at 2 Savage that they can match this. But let's also pray that Insomnia can put up a fight and actually take away the set, take away the win. My God, what are we witnessing here? This is crazy. Anyway, we're gonna take a really quick short break while we get the next match set up for you guys. Don't go anywhere. We might be seeing Insomnia take it. So see you soon. Welcome back, DVD Indo, to what could be the final match. Final match of this set of this series tonight. We have a 4K4 win con and a 4K3 win con from the side of Two Savage. Can they do it? I'm not too sure. I didn't get to pick up who was on the kill at the moment, but I presume it would be Baki, knowing that he would be the unknown main for Two Savage. From the way Baki has played in previously, not completely out of reach. I do think he is capable of putting up such a performance, but we're just gonna have to wait and see. You know, with unknown being on Lake Ormond, anything could happen. I feel like this is a little bit of a wild card of a map to be putting this guy on. So, but we have seen it happen in multiple tournaments. So, honestly, not out of the ordinary. So, we're going to be taking chase onto Andrew here, getting that UVX nice and early from Baki. Doing a little bit of mind games around the silo, and I think this is going to be a little bit of tag. No, Andrew playing really well and just getting tagged by the M1 there. So not able to get tagged by the UVX, but the M1 rather, going towards these double pallets here in the mid side of the map, this mid 9 around this corrupted generator here. You can only presume that the survivors will be working their way up to the bottom side during this point in time, but we need this down nice and quick and early if we are on the side of Baki, and that is exactly what has happened here. But unfortunately, falling to the bottom of the map here, I've actually really never been to this part. I've been here like once or twice, so I don't really know the layout of it, but it doesn't look like there's really any hooks that we can utilize in there, or this is going to be a pain risk hook here, and that's what we're opting for, and it is. We get the pain risk hook just out of the outside of the silo, and we're going to be walking all the way back to the bottom side of the map. Then now we're going to be taking out the UVX once again and trying to get some little pot shots around from a long distance, and we find Cash here just slowly walking away with his sprint burst in hand, just working this generator over at 6. It's got a little bit, maybe 50% progress on it, and we're going to be taking this UVX and trying to get a little bit more, a few more survivors with them, with the power. And we're going to spot out Nu, who's doing this shack generator. So it does lead me to believe that they're doing a 3-split generator at the moment. Maybe someone else working towards that 3 side of the map. I'm not too sure where the 4th survivor would be, but we're going to be going back to him anyway. I think that was Sizz who I was talking about there, but he was getting the unhook. So who knows where the gen progression is elsewhere, to be honest with you. They could only have 2 generators being done right now. Who knows? So we're going to be taking this UVX onto the likes of Andrew here, and he's going to have a little bit more of a longer chase, and unfortunately just running into a whole lot of nothing. And Baki is playing really well. I do believe we're probably going to be seeing a close matchup here. This is not undoable. This is not out of reach for Baki here. I think he's able to actually get the expected result if he keeps this up. He just needs one more quick down at the moment, and then he needs to basically just maintain the pressure through his perks, which is Eruption and Pain Res. And Dibs, I don't really know what to expect anymore. I really don't.
Oh man, I've just been sitting here locked into my chair watching this gameplay unfolding in front of our eyes from Baki. Like, I don't know how much he plays this killer, but he is absolutely locked. Basically, Andrew's second chase really wasn't long enough. Obviously, we see the generator at the shack ready to go. That is going to be the first generator of the trial that I do believe is going to pop. We do see Andrew coming off hook for potentially his final chase of this trial. Double backing there. Really nice double backing back there. Keep in mind, his first down, I had no idea he could even go down that hole, so this is quite a new map for me as well. But I think we might be seeing, oh, beautiful vault there by Andrew, playing this main building as tight as he can, finding a pallet but being greedy. Oh, that is Andrew's final down of the trial. Meanwhile, we do see 2 generators of the trial pop. So, Hunter, you know what that means? That means we are at our Tycon in this trial with 1 injure on the board. Oh, that gen is ready to go. That is ready to go. That is our final generator of the map that we need to secure this win. Wait, yeah, to secure this win con for our. Sorry.
The penalty. So how does the penalty work? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, it was -2, so it was it made it a another generator that Baki needed to defend.
Wasn't the last result 4K2? So 4K3 was the tie con, and then 4K4 was the win con? Or am I mistaken? I'm confused now. I might have confused myself.
No. It's all, I think what we need to see, if we see Insomnia pop one more generator, basically their win con is a 4K2. So all they need to pop is just because 2 Savage. Oh, and there it goes. And that is the 3rd generator complete of this trials. Yeah. So that is. I'm under the belief, unless the scorers and the match staff can tell me otherwise, I do believe that is actually the win secured by Insomnia. I deeply apologize if I've got the scoring wrong. Oh, and we do see the 4th generator of the trial completed as well, Hunter. I did not expect that.
They had the gen pressure right under Backy's nose. He thought he was in the box seat after getting those two quick downs onto Andrew, but the survivors over at Insomnia were really able to pull it back at this point in time. So that's really well played to the boys in the background that you don't see during this match, just being able to keep up the pressure they needed to win the set. So congratulations to Insomnia. They will be moving on into the next stage of the lower bracket, and unfortunately we will be seeing the departure from 2 Savage and not seeing them in the finals, which is our first time in forever that we've seen that. So really kudos to Insomnia for doing so. Nevertheless, Backy's still gonna keep his head up high and still trying to 4K this match. Gonna be really hard, I do believe, in the position that he's at the moment. We got a 3v1. You got the 3 gens, but they're all really fast spread apart. So you have one over at the 6-7 side of the map. I do believe there is one over at 11 and then one at 10. So not really the best generators if you are on the side of Backy. But he's still going to do his best to try and maintain what he has at the moment. So we're going to be spotting Sizz working this 7 generator, quickly pre-leaving all the way back down to Shaq, and then we're going to be rotating back to the hook to make sure that we can get the tunnel out onto Cash here. Maybe potentially going to be utilizing the UVX really well. That's a really good long shot there from Backy to manage to get Cash not really dodging that, unfortunately, on his side, and just still able to try and down him. I think he's gotten rid of it. Yep, I think Cash has gotten rid of the UVX, which is really well played by him, and now a little bit of mind games around the tent pallet, the silo pallet, but no, just unfortunately going down there and not quite making the pallet was Cash. So we're going to be seeing the pickup onto him, another hook, and then we're going to be just going back to patrol our generators. A good thing to note here on the side of Insomnia is that they have nobody injured at this point in time, but there was still the pain rest stack that we completely forgot about, and there's just Nu just waiting for that save behind those crates there. You are an absolute animal, my good sir. There is no way you are hiding right underneath that killer's nose ready to get this pull. Is he going to go for the aggressive one right now and just trying to pull Cash off and just, yeah, that's exactly what happens. We've teleported straight back to the hook here, and I do believe Sizz just be sitting that gen in the background while these 2 boys try to run for their lives to make sure that no one else dies before this generator pops. And I think we've done a little bit of, we've lost our tunnel out a little bit, and just unfortunately hitting Cash and not hitting the, is he playing for a pallet save here? Oh, they are. Wait, do they make it?
I think you might be right.
They did, they made it. That is so cheeky. That is crazy that you do that to a man.
This team, Insomnia has been locked in all weekend. The results we've been seeing from these guys are just extraordinary. They really come to play. They showed up wanting to be in that week 4, and they've put on a show for us. Some of these plays that they've done, man, I had to mute my mic. I had a cheeky little chuckle to where Nu was stealthing on that save. Like that pull, the pallet save, just everything they're putting on a show for us. And nonetheless, back to it. I think he's chasing what is an Ash player, which is not normally something you'd see in the competitive scene, but nonetheless, kudos to Sizz on that one, taking the M1 at the Shack window. Meanwhile, being infected by the UVX as well, trying to extend this chase as long as he can for the final generator to be completed of this trial. Hunter, I think we're going to see it pop soon. These survivors are playing absolutely out of their mind.
They are, and Sizz is just having a really good last chase, and as you say that, Dibs, the final generator of the trial pops, and that will spell the end for the game tonight. So that was really good work by Baki here to get that down there, but really good to Insomnia to actually pull the win entirely, as we mentioned before, with them meeting the WinCon ages ago, and now they're going to be getting outs. They have practiced this set quite a bit, I do believe, it being one of the bigger maps and more spicier maps for the unknown, I won't lie. But yeah, no, just overall really well played to the survivors. I do believe they've opened the gate right now, and they're just probably like waiting. Oh no, they're gonna go for the save. Wait, they're going for the save.
We're seeing it. Yep.
There will be no man left behind. They,
yeah,
I'm sniffing out the other guy that's just not been found yet.
Yep, these boys know their WinCon. They know they've met it a couple of generators ago, and I don't think we're going to see Sizz hanging on this hook for too much longer. I think we're going to see Cash and Nu, you know, they're gonna do it for the boys. They're going to do it for the staff here. Like, they're putting on a show for us, and let's just see how this pans out. We just see a nice little M1 there onto Nu. It looks like we are going to try and deny Sizz his path to the exit gate. Or, Hunter, there's no teleport near this gate. I think there's just absolutely no way we don't see a 3-man out right now. I think these guys...
They're out.
Yeah,
there's no
they're
way.
absolutely out. All the boys are leaving together. Look. Oh, what an amazing performance there to finish the night by Insomnia. Like, I am almost speechless. That was almost flawlessly played.
Yeah, that was really well played by Insomnia. So congratulations to moving forth to the next part of the losers bracket, which will be the semi-finals, I do believe, no? Or the finals of the lower bracket, I'm not too sure. But it's just the next stage, so we have 3 teams left in the competition now, so the loser of the next match will be, the next series, which is the best of 5 between Requiem and Source, will be versing Insomnia next week, so this should be really interesting to see, Dibs, but unfortunately, from what my sources tell me, you will not be with us for the next best of 5, is that correct?
Oh, unfortunately, as much as I'd love to be here for this best of 5, that is going to be me for the night. I could yap about it for ages, but I took an unfortunate head knock playing football on Thursday, and the last couple of days have been a bit of a blur to me. So, man, I've got myself together. I've been on the desk yesterday, on the desk today, grinding it out, but I think I need to rest my poor little head, man. I'm as much as I want to stay, you got to look after your health as well. So that's going to be me for the night. I just want to give a quick shout out to our streamer Ryo and Macabo. Thank you so much so far. Hunter, thank you for being on the desk with me tonight, and all our background staff and all the work you do for us. So, Hunter, I'll hand out to you now to do just a final little speak before we go into mission, before we go into our upper bracket semi-final best of 5.
Yeah, really well said, Dibs. No worries. Glad to have you on the cast here. Glad to see you. Definitely was fun casting the match together. I think this is definitely our first time casting on any tournament, so definitely willing to do it again. And yeah, so we'll be seeing you guys on the next best of 5, which is Requiem and Source. Stay tuned, and we'll see you after a intermission while we get those games set up for you. Welcome back, DBD Indo, to the next series of the night, which is a best of 5 between Requiem and Source. So on the cards tonight, we have Singularity Wrecker's Yard, which is the pick of Requiem. This is the first Singularity set. Now, Singularity balancing, I've been notified, has been a little bit more on the lenient side, and we're going to be finding that out very shortly. But the next set we have is Spirit on the Coal Tower, which is Source's pick, followed by Mastermind on the Coal Tower, which is Requiem pick. Interesting to note that there's 2 Coal Tower sets back to back, like there has been for a long time now in the tournament. And there's next up, there would be on the 4th set, the Hillbilly on Blood Lodge, which is Source's pick, and then followed by an Oni Tiebreaker. All very good sets, all sets that I personally enjoy watching. On the desk with me tonight, now that Dibs is gone, we have Tavi. Tavi, what's your thought process? How are you, man? What are you feeling?
I'm feeling alright. I actually went to sleep in a VC. I was supposed to cast a petroleum game, and then I hit the bed, but I'm awake right now, and that's all that matters. And apart from that, I'm fine. And these sets, I have seen Spirit and Mastermind before. Funnily enough, 2 weeks ago, I think that is where we first met. You and I, Mr. Commissioner, Spirit and the Mastermind. It was, yeah. I mean, whatever. Back then,
That's what kids are too savage.
So, yeah, I believe another set as well. But Singularity, of course, going to be a throwback to last year. Nightlight's infamous strategy there. And Hillbilly, of course, we've seen just for the past 1.5 years. So standard stuff there. Oni, though, I think that's going to be a little bit more spicy. So yeah, I hope my palate is cleansed for this. As last night seeing Jinx take it 3-2 against Petroleum, that was kind of insane stuff. Was it 3-2? Actually, maybe Petroleum. Whatever. Someone won 3-2. It was great. So yeah, I've been alright since then, I guess.
No, that's good. Well, tonight we're definitely going to be seeing the clash of the titans in that sense. I mean, we have Requiem and Source who have just been playing so well throughout the whole tournament. Not too sure if any of them have lost currently. They would be in the winners bracket side. I don't think so, but it's important to note that the loser of this match will be versing Insomnia, who you had just seen verse 2 Savage and took the win, which was they surprisingly were not the underdogs. Looking at the statistics, it was a 58% to 42%, 58% going Insomnia's way of winning, voted by 62 of you people. So thank you all for watching that game with us tonight, but we'll be moving on into the games today. And I think on the Survivor side of Source, you have Thomas, you have Gapal, Gestrix, and I'm not too sure who S is. I don't know. I actually don't know who that. Let me just double check their roster to see. Maybe I can put a finger on who that might be. That I do believe that might be X-Tap. I don't think it would. It could be Stract. I'm not too sure. I'm calling them by their old names. I know X-Tap's still X-Tap, but is Stract Zabit now?
Stract, I know that he played under Zabit, at least for 2 tourneys, but I believe it is X-Tap. X-Tap is kind of maybe the core of Source. I don't think I've seen him on a set. I don't think I've seen him not be on a Source set. Him playing Claudette kind of makes sense as well. But I think the reason why it is going to be X-Tap is because it's S. And for quite a while, he actually went under X-Tap. Now he's put an S there, so maybe he's going back to X-Tap now. So I don't know, but that's my theory. That's my theory. We haven't actually seen these 2 teams fight off at all recently. So yeah, going to be fairly, yeah, as you say, Clash of the Titans. It's just fun. Yeah, again, it's just funny. Given the skill level of these teams, just not seeing them play off in the past 2 years is just incredible to me. So this is the first time they will clash, and what better place to do it than in the winner bracket final? Stakes are pretty high here because whoever wins this pretty much guarantees themselves a spot in the grand finals, which will be, I believe, 2 weeks. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong.
It's either next week or the next 2 weeks, but you are right. And yeah, we will be seeing Clover on the killer. Requiem went through a little bit of a rebrand from what I remember. Like right now they're shooting up because they got some like really strong JP players in there, some really strong Thai players in there now. I don't think there's actually anybody from the OCE region on Requiem like we have once seen before. You have Ask, you have Clover, you have Gabu, you have Shirley and Zin. So a really strong lineup there, not gonna lie. I've been watching them play the whole tournament, and yeah, they're just a force to be reckoned with. And honestly, like, it's gonna be really tough for Source. Source renowned, known to be one of the most competitive teams in the SEA and OCE region, competing in multiple tournaments. But I think that Requiem's gonna give them a run for their money tonight. And loading into this match now, hopefully we'll be seeing some quite interesting balancing. I have been notified. So, Tavi, I don't know if you're aware. Oh, okay. So we've got a disconnect from the host. Unfortunate. So we're gonna have to yap here a little bit longer, Tavi. You can't just see just yet. Yeah, you're gonna have to wait for that one.
Yeah, it's a bit of an uncalled for lobby error from Gestrix's end. Gestrix, actually, I don't know how much attention he's getting now, but I was made aware that I believe about a month and a half ago, V1 did 1v1 him, and that gained actually a good amount of attraction. So, Gestrix might need to invest in a better modem, I think, because he crashed out now, and now the lobby is a little bit bugged. So it's going to potentially reveal the builds from both sides here on the Singularity set. I'm not entirely sure though, but the fact that they readied up so fast means that if they do want to try and play this like to the meta game and try and copy and try and memorize the builds, they will both kind of have a bit of an edge there. But nobody's fault really. There's just Gestrix lobby crashing in the loading. So hopefully you can get him back in. Again, V1 1v1ing him. Some reason. His name, I'd say. He's really good at 1v1s. Don't get me wrong. I'm just thinking about that time 1.5 months ago when V1 1v1'd him, and then his name popped out of chat in DBD Asia saying he's the best 1v1 in CA. So please, man, get your Wi-Fi working and load into the lobby. Is it actually? Wait, is he loading in? Maybe someone else is actually loading in.
No. Gestrix loading in. He's the last one loading in at the moment, like we said. It's definitely well deserved to Gestrix. Definitely one of the players that should be known for how good they play. Look, being from the west side of Australia, I get the best of both worlds. I get to play pubs with people from Australia, and I get to play pubs with people from SEA on mid-ping. And I have came across Gestrix numerous amount of times. And when I tell you this guy is one of the hardest people I have had to chase, that is no joke. Every time I see him on the killer side these days, I dodge. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm just gonna be like, yep, Gestrix, nice, see you later. No, I'm kidding. I do like to verse Gestrix and challenge myself. But yes, a very good survivor. So Gestrix, if you're watching this, you are the GOAT, and we hope to see you play well tonight. That being said, I have been notified that Clover, this is their first killer match in competitive. Now, whoa. I think Singularity being a wild card, I do believe with the current rule set of DBD Indo, you having to sign up for the tournament prior and not being able to alter your team throughout the whole tournament, definitely suggests that this is the one killer main or one survivor main these guys had picked for a specific set. Now, I do believe, from what I'm gathering, this could be a Singularity main for, Clover apparently has not played competitive before, so it's going to be interesting as to oppose of what to expect. It's definitely, from what I'm reading on the builds, they're definitely bringing a stock standard build. Add-ons are a bit questionable. This is going to be very interesting, Tavi. I don't know if you've looked at the refs chat at the moment, but you'll see what I mean when we load in. Just still getting these guys ready and set up. I think Frozen wasn't on the roster set. It was Kapow, so we've swapped in Frozen for Kapow. I'm not too sure if Kapow was the person having internet troubles or if it was Gestrix. Regardless, we will be seeing Frozen in for Kapow now, and we know. It wasn't Zin, it was Frozen. I'm smashed off my head, Tavi. I tell ya. So, Frozen again, a very well-known player amongst from playing Source in OCE and SEA. So, definitely going to be interesting to see what he can pull off in the Survivor set. Loading in now. We're getting ready, Tavi. Are you ready for this? Are you ready to see what I'm seeing? We see the
Yeah.
cards drop. You ready?
5 hexagons. 5 hexagons is indeed what we're seeing. So I don't think there are going to be any penalties for us. We're gonna load into the Wrecker's Yard. So yeah, again, one of those sets I haven't seen in quite a while, and potentially again, both sides might be aware of the Nightlight hostage strategy, which was fairly well known last year, but maybe they don't, and maybe they have a fresh approach to this.
Yes, that is correct. And as we load in, Tavi, are you seeing these add-ons now? Are you able to tell me what these add-ons are and what they do?
Okay, one of them is the denied requisition form. I believe it makes the first thing take 25 seconds longer. The other one seems to look like the Soma thing. Whatever. It's like a broken purple add-on. Oh no! Wait, hold on. Did they all? Okay. Okay, I just noticed. Hunter. Yeah, okay. So, that's going to speed up our Singularity's game plan so much here. Clover's just already going to be able to take the chase here and break this jungle empowered here on the top side pretty much for free. Thomas is getting away with this though, maybe with the life, but actually just going to decide to drop and try and catch out a survivor in the open, and this is going to have to be a pre-drop coming through. No frozen action, whatever this is. So, still really, really accelerated start here on the Wrecker's Yard, and I would be really surprised if the source can come. Oh my lord, that was. But if Frozen can make a good deal out of this, and they fail the body block.
Yeah, it's unfortunate they didn't get the body block onto there, but a flashlight save coming in by S there. That is crazy work. Well done to extend the chase a little bit longer for Frozen and running away now. Just going to be putting up these cameras amongst the trees here to kind of reset and rethink if you're Clover. Unfortunately, getting flashlight save there, and now putting on the little... Oh, and we're getting rid of the cams via the EMPs by, I do believe that was... I'm not too sure if that was Frozen or S that did that, but I didn't get a very close look. I thought it was a Claudette that I had saw, but anyway, nevertheless, taking the chase onto Deep 6 now, and we do see the injured Steve Frozen here, getting a stun, but unfortunately getting hit through the pallet. My god! I don't know if any ping came into play there, but I thought that stun was perfectly timed, but very good for Clover to get that down, kind of... bringing back the fact that they were flashlight saved a little bit earlier on in the trial, now trying to see if we can side out any more survivors via the cams, and unfortunately not being able to do so, just quickly being EMP'd there by the I do believe it was the Jake Geztrix who had that EMP just there, but still looking around for any more survivors, seeing the rotating survivor for the save. I think that was an EMP in hands, but nevertheless going to be taking on the chase to a survivor here over at the 10 side, kicking this gen quickly, and we're going to be seeing if we can go back to the hook just in time. We're seeing the unhook just happen there, Tavi, and I wonder what the next move of Clover is to be done here. I don't think there's a lot of gen pressure on the board, and I think there's multiple ways you can go about this game at this point in time, being so early.
Absolutely, and we do see Frozen, I believe, popping the spin burst here to try and get a little bit to safety, but I don't think he'll find too much here on this old drop. Does get a little bit mind gamed, losing a bit of distance, but still has a filler here, so should be alright for the time being. So the game plan, I feel like, is just chuck Frozen into the corner of the map, try and get him to last as long as possible. Still has a lot of pals available, and Frozen's making really good use out of this shallow 5-1, but I think he's just going to be zoned and down again. But this is a fairly decent death spot for a survivor. Yeah, as soon as I say that, of course, the generator close by does take the pop. Yeah, 4 gens left for survivors to pop, but still, as a response, Clover has the death hook. So it's a bit of a tough set, I think, like simply because the game plan is so accelerated by the iridescent add-on. But seems like Clover's not going to be playing for like the infamous Nightlight strategy. So it's another gen popping in the background in the deep corner of the map, and at least our survivors have managed to split the gens quite nicely on the red field. So it's not going to be like any stupid 4-gen available. As I say that, I'm looking at a 4-gen, but let's pretend that doesn't exist. But beautiful play coming in just to try and get Frozen to last longer. That's FPP, and he's going to be fully healthy in this next chase, Hunter.
Yeah, that is correct, Harvey, and as we see him in the cams right now trying to go back to that on hook that had previously happened, we're going to be going in and out. We're getting a little bit of lag on the spectator side, so it's a little bit hard for me to gesture what is happening. Nevertheless, getting that tag of the slipstream onto, I do believe this is Frozen that we're looking at, and this is our tunnel out in the game. This is really unfortunate considering he's just been for the peopled, and now giving a quick drop on that pallet there, that shack pallet, and unfortunately, if I can hear Steve able to vault back the pallet and just continue playing around this shack, and it's getting a little bit, I'm going to be honest, it's going to be getting a little bit hard to cast this with the spectator bugs that we're getting. Nevertheless, going to be mind gaming around this pallet gym over here, and just Frozen playing this extremely well as we see the next generator proc. And with all things considered, with the build, with the add-ons that have been chosen, with the scenario we're given, the survivors are staying strong. Source playing extremely well, and now we're getting body blocks coming in from Thomas, and Thomas taking a quick hit here to extend the chase of Frozen. And Frozen playing around this slipstream really well, playing around the chain ball effect really well. If you don't know what the chain ball effect is, apparently it's a little bit of a hitbox behind the slipstream itself, or the the infection itself, to where you can turn your body and you appear on the other side of the survivor. And unfortunately, Frozen going down in the chase in that time going down after that chase, and now being picked up and being hooked, and that will spell death for Frozen Tavi.
Absolutely. So, I mean, this 2v1 actually has come a bit later than I expected, thanks to Mr. Thomas's body block here on the shack. But just as I said, of course, another option back source. Really efficient on the generators. Something that we've seen really often here. But Thomas is going to be immediately after this heal, going to just be targeted from Clover, but can't really find an angle, so really nicely done. Thomas to avoid that. But again, this 3v1 is really tough. I think if Clover plays this correctly, it can be a 4k1 thanks to the perks that he's using. Like, it's just 3-gen regression, but 3 of the best regression perks available. So with this tag here on Thomas as well, that's going to really set them back. Yeah, Clover immediately knows that he can just completely leave this and let Nia do their own thing on the top side of the map where, yeah, exactly. No one's going to be, oh, okay, there's going to be catch tricks here, but now he's chasing 2 survivors, so it's more efficient to do so.
No, I agree, Tavi, but...
Oh, okay.
No, sorry, I didn't want to cut you off. You finished what you were saying.
I mean, if Clover just plays this well, I feel like it should be 4k1, but Source might be able to bait a really bad chase from Clover, and that might be an answer of the last gen. So.
Yeah, that is correct. Unfortunately, I just don't think that Clover's really playing around their gens too much, to be honest with you. I mean, getting the tunnel out onto Frozen was good and all, but like, it took way too much time. I think we're looking at maybe a potential 6 stage here if there's enough pressure on the board from our survivors, and going to be taking this down onto S. I think the play is definitely to hook them as soon as possible on a pain res so we can maintain the gen pressure and secure that 4k1 at this point in time. Looking at our gen spread here, I think we have 1 at Shack, and I do believe it's 1 over at 3 or 4, sorry. And I can't really see the other one. I think it's more towards the 12 or 11 side of the map, but I think this is a pretty loose 3. No, it's... Oh, sorry. My mistake. It's shallow 6. Oh, my God. I just completely lost it. I'm pretty sure that's what you were about to tell me. But nevertheless, we're going to be having... This is a really tight 3-gen at the moment. And this is holdable. You've been hooked inside of the 3-gen. You can be playing tic-tac-toe around all the generators. And I just feel like this is going to be really hard for the survivors to get out, knowing that there's no pressure on the board now. We're going to be looking for anybody who was around this 4 side of the map trying to stealth out the generators. And yeah, this is automatically turned from being in Source's favor to being in Clover's favor in Requiem. So we're going to see if he can really secure this. Now kicking the generators, now playing around the gens. This is exactly how you have to play this build. You have 3 stacks of pain res remaining in your disposal. You have pop and you have eruption. You have so much regression, it's not even funny at this point. So that being said, we're going to be taking chase onto Stract, and we know that there's eruption being procced on that Shack generator. So if we get a quick down here, which does happen, and I'm not too sure if Stract has been pain res here, but we're gonna soon see. Sorry, S. I shouldn't call them Stract or X-Tap because I don't really know who this is. So we're going to be moving them more towards the centralized portion of the 3-gen and getting this quick hook, and it is not a pain res. again, I do think this is... I don't think we actually got the pain res frozen at this point if we have 3 stacks and we haven't gotten on the Claude, or the just pain res just aren't in this 3-gen. And that would be really unfortunate if that was the case if you're on the side of Clover here. But we're going to be looking more on these cams to see if we can spot anyone. And we do spot Geztrix slamming out that shallow 6 generator, and he is going to relieve that like there is no tomorrow, and there's going to be pop and eruption applied onto that. So if we get a quick down onto Thomas here, or onto the unhooked person, sorry, S, it's definitely going to be a short eruption proc, and it's going to spell trouble for Gestrix's gen. But we need that down quickly, Tavi.
I think Slimes have made, yeah, I have to play this track now, but still a decent amount. It's like not. So this change should be able to last for just a little bit of time. But it does take the teleport here, and almost going to go down. So yeah, okay, much faster than I thought it was, but I guess Shaq was a little bit in a dead zone. So Clover actually doing, again, a very nice job here of just like trying to split pressure, trying to catch the survivors off guard, and that's exactly what he's done here. Teleports onto our Claudette. That's just going to be a down, I think. Yeah, this filler is not going to be made, and I think Clover, with that play there, just catching Source off guard, might just be able to secure this 4K1. I don't see really how Source can come back with this. You could just simply hook here exactly, take the pain resonance on our Claudette, then kick the gen if necessary, and then pain res Thomas. And honestly, if the generators could go into negative Hunter, I think they would be on like negative 50%, because the amount of aggression that's hit these generators is fairly brutal. So yeah, I mean, Clover looking like a fairly clean 4K1 here. Even spots Gestrix, so that is going to steal it here. In this first set, Clover will be taking a 4K1, but hey, Gestrix doing a nice job of losing this out. So let's see and enjoy Gestrix's final chase here on track.
Indeed, Tavi, indeed. And it has been a very good game from the start of Source, unfortunately not being able to break that 3-gen. Now we're just going to be looking through the cams of trying to just down Gestrix, sorry, as quickly as possible to get this next game on the road. And it's getting a little bit harder for me to look at the gameplay at the moment. I'm not too sure what's happening with the Discord stream, but nevertheless, unfortunately, from what I'm hearing and what I'm kind of seeing, we see Gestrix getting hit through the pallet after the overclocked mode on the Singularity has taken place. So again, very well played to both sides. Very well played to Clover for your first competitive game going against a team like Source and pulling a 4K1 on a set of Singularity. That's a pretty big feat, regardless of all of the balancing controversies that you may have. This is still a really good performance put up by Clover.
Yeah, fairly solid result. I don't really know how it fares with the balancing though, because some of what Source has shown on the killer can also make a 4K1 look like a walk in the park. So Clover, I mean, look, really nicely done. I haven't, again, like you're saying it's their first Tony, but I've definitely seen them in chats, and I thought that their nickname was Clever, not Clover. So I always thought, oh, it's Clever, not Clover, and now I see them being called Clover by you now. Stand corrected, but still 4K1 really solid. Might be able to hold up against Source's killer, but that's on the side. That's for Requiem survivors to show us the next trial. But as Clover does actually look for Thomas here, Slug. This actually might be an issue. I mean, he's checking basement, and he saw Gestrix run into basement earlier, so maybe he has a bit of an idea, but he has nowhere to be seen here. So if Gestrix did run here, it's really nice bait. So Thomas actually bleeding out might force Clover to like re-evaluate this 4K1, because the penalty that's applied to a fresh hook, which Thomas is a fresh hook here, is fairly big. So Clover really does need to find this, otherwise maybe Requiem might even be looking at a fairly tough win condition.
Mr. Streamer, are we able to get eyes onto where our Slug Thomas may be hiding, considering they are fresh hook and we do see them over in the corner of the 7th side of the map? The tenacity coming into play, Tavi. That was really clutch from our survivor here. He has about only a minute, not even, to be finding Thomas before a -2 penalty will be given for a fresh bleed out. So that will change all 6 points to being 4 points out of the 6 that you get for obtaining a death in a trial, which is detrimental, because that basically is just really worth 1 generator that you're losing there. So really smart play by Thomas to crawl this far away from the killer and just manage to bleed out fresh here. And I believe that turns it into a I'm not too. I'm not
4K0,
too sure
right?
on the scoring there. 4K0. Yeah, I would imagine if it just turns it
4K0.
into a 4K0. So if they pop all gens, it is a win for our survivors next game.
Oh, 4K0
Nevertheless,
tie, I believe.
a 4K. Okay, 4K0 tie. My mistake. So we'll still have to see some outs probably, but anyway, nevertheless. Got to be moving on into the next after the intermission. We're going to take a quick break and get the next match sorted for you guys. So stay tuned and see you soon.
Seven.
Welcome back, DVD Indo, to the first set, but the second match of the series of the best of 5 between Source and Requiem. Now, we just saw the Requiem killer get a 4K1, but due to a bleed out penalty, it's changed the Tycon to a 4K0. So, survivors need outs. Killer needs a 4K1 to win. What are we feeling, Tavi? How do you think the killer on Source will pan out?
I'm feeling a bit worried for Requiem. We just saw how ridiculously fast that first down was compared. Well, when I say ridiculously fast, I mean how slow of a start that our survivors have to make. to try and get rid of the denied requisition form slowdown. And from all of that, they managed to get Clover managed to get a death hook 4 gens, but then they still managed to pop an additional 3 following the tunnel out on around 3 or 2 gens left. So Requiem, I think, yeah, I'm voting for them because they picked the set, and it seems like it's going to be a set that's going to be like somewhat similar to like Dracula, since that first down is going to be so fast, and our survivors really can't get rotations into generators until they get the EMPs, which take, funnily enough, another 30 seconds to spawn in thanks to the requisition form. So Dracula can easily get 4Ks on Wrecker's Yard, and Singularity might also have to say that with this balancing, 4K1 is really possible. So I'm fairly worried for Requiem because they picked this set. Now they have to get 4K0 with the penalty. They have to put in good work on the survivors. What's up?
Yes, they do. And we see the survivor lineup for this game, and my god, we are looking at Shiaru, Zen, Gabu, and Manhunt. So a very strong survivor lineup, if I do say so myself. But nevertheless, we'll be seeing a treat. Guest tricks on the killer. This is going to be really interesting. You're going to see all those 1v1 chases come into play with how Gestrix plays killer. Tavi, I have got the devious emote IRL right now. I am literally just hands together and looking, and bro, I got like the meanest.
What do you think I'm doing right now, man? I'm going to look at my phone face camera. What am I doing right now, bro? Oh my god. I didn't even...
Actually, your cam's not on.
Oh, whatever. It's fine.
I couldn't see what you're doing. I was so confused.
Stream would see, but I put my hands together to rest my head on it. And Gestrix, it's kind of funny because I remember just a little bit under a year ago, there was this clip posted by an Anon guy, kind of like comp DBD, and Gestrix was actually playing Singularity. He got CJ teched, but yeah, I mean, I guess it's going to come into action now, and your favorite 1v1er from Thailand is going to be taking the responsibility of a 4K1 win condition, which definitely will set the pace for tonight, I think, if Gestrix can do it. Especially because I don't think he's been really recognized as... he's been more recognized for his survivor play, so if he can perform here on the killer, then he can put his name out there, I believe. And we might see his name more, I guess, in other sets, but for the time being, he needs to try to get 4K1 and ask for both sides, I'd say. It is an ask for both.
That it is. Remember his name, people, Gestrix. We're going to see what he's made of really shortly. We're just waiting on the last survivor to ready up Manhunt. I think it's just a little bit of a balance check. Hopefully everything's okay. Fingers crossed we see the 5 hexagons and that we get taken into the trial with no penalties, because that would if you were to have a penalty on the side of Requiem, that just reverses the penalty that happened for the bleed out last game. Actually, no. So, if it was Source that got the penalty, sorry, my mistake. Yep. Anyway, we're gonna be loading in now. What do I expect for this game with a killer of such high caliber like Gestrix? I anticipate anywhere between a 4K1 and 4K2. That is where we're heading towards with this. With the survivor lineup, with how we're seeing, that's my rough estimate. Now, it's interesting to note to see what add-ons he's going to bring, what perks he's going to bring into the trial, considering the locked builds beforehand. I only managed to see what the killer on the side of Requiem was bringing in. I didn't manage to see what the killer side of Source was going to be bringing into this trial. As we load in, we're going to be seeing really quickly. We see the Survivor spawn 12 side on that, so let's peek the build a little bit. We have Corrupt Intervention, Sloppy Butcher, Eruption, and Pain Raid's a little bit more of a forgiving build than the last, but not if you're giving free tags. Sloppy Butcher in for pop. It's less on the gen regression, but still regression nevertheless. Going to be looking at the add-ons, and that's not what are those add-ons, Tavi? I'm not familiar with the Singularity add-ons.
I'm looking at them. I believe that's the same as before, the Soma family photos. So that's going to give the deep wound if you're going to get slipstream. But the other one, I believe, is the live wires. So
His live
there's
wires, yeah.
Kind of interesting spot that Gastrix didn't notice that the requisition form was allowed, but I guess now only they can look back and regret it, as the slowdown is kind of insane now. So Gastrix off to already somewhat disadvantaged start, I'd say, over Clover, but still off to decent chases here. Removes this filler here on the top side of the map. Continuing this chase, hopefully it can last for long, but Gabu does have the quick and quiet, so he's the head-on player. So this is actually a player you do want to be chasing. So Gastrix probably decides to commit, but he decides to leave to check on track. So knowing Requiem, though, they're probably going to double or nothing Shack. Term that I can't use, but no, okay, they're not doubling or nothing Shack, so yes.
Doubling or nothing 9.
Oh, they
Close
double or
enough.
nothing! Yeah, okay, well, Gastrix, yeah, already, like, without a tag here, only with a couple of resources gone, really might struggle to try and snowball this pressure.
Oh yeah, that is correct. And we're going to be seeing Nia Manhunt take chase all the way down to deep side of 12. Going to be putting some cans up on the trees to see if we could get a quick teleport onto Manhunt. Playing around this dumpster filler really nicely, and this is one of my more favorite tiles to play on the game, as it is everybody else's. But Gastrix doing really well to zone Manhunt straight into 12, and if you Manhunt, I just think you really need to be running in, dying into the corner of 12 here. But we're going to try and extend the chase a little bit more around this generator and try to make the filler, and we don't end up making it, unfortunately. I think it was a little bit miscalculated by Manhunt, and we're going to go for the pickup now and try to get a pain res hook as soon as possible, and this will be our first hook of the trial. Meanwhile, looking around and seeing what our gens are, and I didn't really manage to see where the survivors were. We do have a 3-gen over, I believe that's 4 Shack and Beat Deep 6, so not as tight as our last 3-gen, but still a 3-gen nevertheless. But it looks like our survivors have picked up on that, and they're trying to get those generators out of the way as soon as possible, knowing that somebody is working on that 3-side generator just outside of Fun Bus. Gastrix is putting a cam there to make sure that we scare that survivor off the generator. Meanwhile, they're playing Eruption onto Shack, and we do see Deep 6 pop, I do believe. So Jen's still in a little bit of a cluster here. Like, you got some like evenly spread out generators. I don't think this really favors the killer nor the survivor at this point. But the survivor's just playing really well around their progression and whatnot, and just making it really hard for Gastrix to maintain the pressure at this point in time. So just really struggling to apply those slipstreams onto people, to be honest. I mean, just the EMP work on these survivors is phenomenal. Just take into note that nobody is infected at this point in time, and we only have 1 injury on the board with 1 stage. This is looking really dire for Gastrix, and there is some progression on 3, and I dare say there might be some over more on the other side of the map, maybe towards the 10 side. So I do believe he's trying to hold. I think he might be playing for a 4K1 here, Tavi. But in all honesty, if the survivors keep playing like this, like the way they're playing right now, we're looking at outs.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Gastrix has gotten pretty much nothing out of this start of the game. Doesn't even have the location of the tunnel out, and I guess this is what I was saying before, where like Gastrix, although like he's more known for a survivor, like he does play killer a good amount in pubs, but I guess maybe this was like a little bit of the difference between like a more veteran, I'd say, a more experienced killer like Xtap and Gastrix. Like he's somehow just not being able to snowball here on the vector. To be honest, another generator pops, so our survivors I think should definitely get out from here. So sad to see that happen, Gastrix, but I guess it is what it is. The next trick's on Shack. Again, his build is like really focused around trying to just like go machine like, you know, go to one survivor, get a tag, grab that, and then keep on going on. We try and escalate that, and then suddenly you can come to like a point of collapse, potentially snowball. But I mean, with the amount of like altruism that our survivors are showing here, I don't think they're going to be going down anytime soon, especially with the amount of resources they have. I mean, Xiao might just get down here on the bus, but I mean, they still only need to pop 2 gens, and no one's dead yet. So I think Requiem might be able to pull back a win. What I thought was going to be bad, but I guess that's what Gastrix was at a pretty big disadvantage.
No, yeah, that is correct. So it's looking pretty dire here for Gastrix. 4 survivors still alive, 2 stages on the board with 2 gens remaining. Can he pull it back? Yes. It's going to take a lot of effort. Yes. So we're going to be able to see. It's really going to test his capabilities here. We're going to be taking the chase onto the ace Zen over at Shaq being worked as well. Going to be kicking it and not really paying attention to the chase, which is really good for Gestrix to go back and check his generators because he knows that the survivors will be pumping those out as quick as possible. Going to be taking chase onto the Nia manhunt and getting hit through the pallet, unfortunately, for the Nia. Going to be seeing if we can spot anybody else, and he's playing around the tags now, so keep in mind that he does have Sloppy Butcher, so every tag counts at this point in time. It's going to be really hard for the survivors to reset if they want to maintain this gen pressure on the board. So really well played by Gestrix to keep note of that and just keep calm, keep patient, and just not panic in a situation like this. It's really easy to panic when you are losing your generators as quickly as you are right now in this match as he is, but he's maintaining his composure, and he is playing accordingly. Unfortunately, he will be losing a generator over at the 10 side of the map. I don't see him going back to that anytime soon and keeping it. So he really has a really loose 3 generators left on the map. This is nowhere near a 3-gen, and it is really rough for him at this point in time. I don't really know why he would be chasing somebody this deep in the map who's not even injured, to be honest with you. He does spot 2 survivors nevertheless, and we'll be taking a tag, the Nia manhunt, just running away from this shallow 6 tile, and they're just committing Shaq at this point. They just really want to get this last generator done and dusted so they can get some outs here, Tavi.
Yeah, absolutely. Doubling Shaq here seems like the right play, as it's the closest area towards the bottom side of this way. The bottom side or top side, I don't know, whatever. My back is yard. But it's just like you can get to the death body. So guess you're gonna be able to TP onto an engine here, take the pallet fairly for free, and potentially get a zone down able. No, not able to get down here to survive this. So again, really nice coordination from Requiem to prevent this, and I guess they're just getting this last gen down in the background. Exactly as I said. Gestrix does meet this tie condition, and he does want to try this. He does need to get 6 health states out of survivors, but I don't think it's going to be possible. So most likely we're going to be seeing Requiem take his first set, and yeah, I guess without that denied requisition form, there's just so much additional slowdown that Gestrix does not have in the early game. So I don't know, Vectum still did a good job of really just counting like every single resource, counting every single case. Yeah, they just managed to really perform on the five. So they might even be able to make a 2-stage happen here. Are you serious? Oh my god,
It's definitely a 2-stage.
This 2 stages? Oh, okay. GG. 2 stages.
My word.
Amazing result. So yeah, Requiem showing up on the survivors side. Wow. They've just set themselves up really nicely for the next.
Oh yeah, that is right. That was a really good match from our survivor side. For sure, Tavi. Nevertheless, we will be setting up the next match for you guys, so stay tuned while we go into a quick intermission and get that sorted. And welcome back, DBD Indo, to the second set tonight, which will be, if I get my card up real quick, it is the Spirit on Koltau, which is Source's pick, who will be going first. X-Tap on the Spirit. So, unfortunately, we have some bad news. You're not going to be able to see the scoring on the board as we have some streamer issues. That being said, me and Tavi will be keeping you up to date with who is winning via the score sheet, just reading it aloud. So, on the Survivor side of things, though, we have Gabu, Zen, Clover, and Shiaru playing. So, pretty similar to the last Survivor lineup we saw. I don't think Clover was in. I think it was somebody else that I'm not really remembering at this point in time. But what do you expect for this set, Tavi? We saw last set. What do we expect for the Spirit?
Well, Beckham's surely gotta feel good about this. Getting really result against Gestrix from Gilaudi's set, but from what I've been told and what he told me 2 weeks ago, Hansa, this is not a set which you would expect outs to be denied killer. So hopefully we see some potential escapes from Requiem, but again, if Xtap picked this set for himself, then it would only make sense if he does play a very generator or slowdown centric build, which we might be seeing. But I don't really know the balance, so might be wrong. So yeah, that's my take on it. What's yours, Zach?
Fair enough.
You got something cooking up there.
I presume there's going to be outs. I would expect outs from a Spirit set on Coal Tower, like I say, as A tier balancing as well. It's just stock standard at this point, really. Like, we haven't, in all things considered, we don't see it happen too often, but it's the expected result. So I anticipate anywhere between 9 stages from a team of this caliber. However, you're versing X-Tap, renowned killer main for Source, just very quick on the mind games. Just overall a really good player. So it's going to be interesting. It's definitely not going to be easy for the survivors to just simply get outs like they did last game. I don't think, especially since this is the pick of Source. We just saw the pick of Requiem, which is naturally where you take the sets in your picks, as we see time and time again. And it has been proven wrong every now or so, but for the most part, you always want to be winning your picks. So nevertheless, we will be loading in to the match now. If in terms of score, I would think 9 stages. That's my guess. I could be wrong, because like if things follow the way they have been going, it's going to be a 4K one. Somewhere around there, Tavi. Somewhere around there. Somewhere around the 4K 1, 4K 0, 9 stage, somewhere there.
I believe 9 stages is a little bit more in the killer favor. So I think I just at a guess. I think 9 stages, 20 points for the killer and 14 for the survivor. But anyway. Nevertheless, we're going to be loading in. You see a very aggressive build coming out from X-Tap. Normal add-ons though. But the pick of the top perk, I think, something which is a fairly, I'll just reveal it now, fairly generator defense build here. It does break the main door here, one of the two. The breakaway to try and find the rotation outside, out of the corner, maintain the distance, but seems like X-Tap's still going to be able to catch up here on the.
Can we see
but
first?
Jake though is dying in the correct spot of the map. So I think my internet's cutting out, so I don't know what's going on, but I guess
it is. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. It is cutting out a lot. I'm sorry for talking over the top of you, but we're going to be taking the chase onto the Jake here, Zen. A nice quick and early tag over at main to take the chase all the way over down to the 7th side of the map, getting stunned in the process. Well played there by Zen, unfortunately, for X-Tap getting stunned, and now going to be taking the chase over to another healthy survivor and getting a tag nice and early onto Clover as well. So 2 tags on the board at the moment. You have options to chase, and they're all going towards the bottom side of the map. The pressure here definitely being applied onto 7, but Clover going down fairly quickly as well. We can potentially see a pain res onto 7 now. Oh, wait, there was a generator over at the top side of the map. I completely had missed over at 9. I completely forgot that was being worked on. I don't even know if I was actually being worked on regardless. Anyway, moving back on to the Gen Patrol. From X-Tap, we're going to be scouting the mid side of the map to see any crossovers at this point in time, and we did see a reset in the background onto our Jake there, our Jake player Zen. The current scoring as it stands right now is 3 points to the killer, and it would be 2 points to the survivors, I do believe. So, taking this tag is Gabu. He's going to be taking the chase over all the way down to the 4 side of the map. He's going to have a little bit of like a juicer chase here, I'm not going to lie, if he wants to keep up the pressure. Dropping the pallet instantly and vaulting it over, well played by Gabu to run around this tile here. Going to be breaking it is X-Tap, and now phasing again. Once again, trying to get that quick down onto Gabu. We can hear him. He's just still running around the 5 tile. Does he make the shack? I'm not too sure he does. If the pallet's on the correct side, yes, but just hugging the wall, trying to make the window, unfortunately not, and just forcing the locker grab is Gabu. So now we're going to be taking this hook onto Gabu here, and I dare say that's going to be 6 points in favor of the killer, and 2 still remaining on the survivor, Tavi.
Absolutely, but from this point on, trying to acquire points as the killer is going to be much less, I guess, it's not going to be as fast since the virtual force. So, X-Tap though just takes a quick little kick of the generator, and magical yellow generator phenomenon will happen onto it. But seems like the unhook happens in the distance. So, given how Requiem has played in the past anyway, I know that they've got some tricks up their sleeve in terms of the perks that they bring. I would not be surprised if one of our 2 tunnel outs has the Cypher Strike, and it seems like X-Tap is just going to try commit for our injured survivor, who goes for a plot twist on this, and no doubt has the DS just to follow it up. But that is going to be a fairly important resource gone for Gabu, as he does take the next chase, trying to get back to Shack. I don't know if he makes a pallet, but Gabu's certainly a lot better against the Spirit than I am, and he's definitely played Spirit a couple of times, performed well on it as well. So manages to get this safe Shack drop and continue the chase. I mean, no real safe pallet in sight, but I mean, this generator's progress on the other side of the map.
Oh my.
Requiem's response. That's 2 of them done on this top side. So this 3-gen top side is now broken. Even though Gabu, of course, is going to be on the death hook, they do have a very good amount of pressure across the coal tower as the generator setup gone. Now X-Tap might have to go for a little bit of more roundabout approach to get a 4K, which I think was what he had in mind picking the build. But of course, Requiem can make a mistake. Things might just slip out of that spot.
Potentially, Tavi. I mean, in all honesty, I'd still say this is in the survivor's favor, but like getting caught out like that is just not good if you're Clover. So getting tagged and then running back down to the top side of the map, and just X-Tap still trying to force death onto Gabu here, unfortunately for our survivors. Blowing up the gen in the process is probably, I'm not too sure, that's either Shiari or Zen running away from that 5 generator more towards on the Shack side, and X-Tap going to do a little bit of a fake, trying to go in and out, but Shiari reading it perfectly, taking the light through the window and all the way down to 2 to run away from that generator, and X-Tap's just going to have none of that, go back to the hook and then try to secure this death onto Gabu once again. Not finding any stealthing survivors. Actually, I lied, that is Zen going for the unhook now. Kind of has to commit it. This is going to be a trade, and now Gabu's just going to take chase all the way down to the bottom side. Hopefully down to the 11 side, but he's running all the way into main, and I do believe that's going to be a body block coming in from one of our survivors there. Unfortunately not working out in their favor, and Gary getting hit through that pallet, and the body block not taken into effect by Clover here. Going to be running around this filler pallet outside of main. He still has the window to work with as well, but FTP on the ground, and the hits. Was that
FTP? We're gonna live forever combination on the survivors, and that is going to force the aggro onto Clover as he jumps in the locker. Gabu is gonna make pretty much full main building distance towards this one side. Maybe he can stealth this out, but I think Xtap should have a good idea of where he's hiding as he does angle towards the top side. We have to see if he commits the phase. Actually, he goes all the way to the bottom side. Gabu is going to be able to pull the plot twist off in this time, but I don't know if Xtap, I don't know what he wants to do here. Is he going to try and defend the generator setup this bottom side, which that's what I said when I said I lied before because he has the 3-gen here. But if he tries to defend this, then Gabu is just going to be able to pick himself up with the plot twist, go into the healthy state, which will make finding him much more difficult and make downing him much more difficult too. And Xtap, after this unhook, kind of angles towards the top side, might be able to catch out a stray Ada Wong on the ground with the plot twist, and that's not going to actually be enough time. So Xtap, oh my god, what a ton of events here from Requiem. And they managed to convert a death hook on the ground into now completely fully up here on the top side of the map, of course, but healthy and still living in this trial. So I think that might be enough for Requiem to claw back a chance of trying to get all the gens done here.
Oh, that's exactly right, Tavi. And now we're going to be putting this eruption proc onto the 5-side generator. And we see Clover healing in the background and the chase onto Shiaru, who's going to be taking chase all the way over at Shaq. Shaq pallet is thrown, so it's a much weaker tile. We're going to be entering phase and see if we get a quick tag onto Shiaru, potentially leaving some Champion of Light tech there. I have seen it now, Tavi. I remember the last time I saw it, I didn't know what it was, but now watching all the videos on YouTube and on TikTok and everything like that, I suddenly know what it is now. And just Shiaru playing that really well, vaulting back into the window to avoid the hit from Xtap. And now we see Zen in the background run for that 5-gen, run for his life. Shiaru playing really well around this 3-tile here, playing around the Ormond filler, greeting the pallet very nicely here, utilizing Champion of Light really nicely and just Wing away from that. He's going to be taking chase all the way over to 2 now. And is he going to be able to play the pallet correctly? And no, unfortunately, losing the 50-50 mind game and getting tapped on the pallet, unfortunately, and Xtap now going to be hooking Shiaru, and we're going to quickly see what kind of score we're looking at. I do believe it's 13-6 from our 13 in favor of Source and 6 in favor of Requiem at this point in time. No generators have been well, there is a generator that's close to being popping at the moment, but no generators have popped in that process. We're going to be taking chase onto Zen now, who's going to be taking chase again to Shaq, and it's just such a weak tile at this point in time because there's just no resources now, and I feel like that's what Xtap's doing. He's getting those quick tags and he's leaving, and he's just trying to really make sure there's no more pallets on the map. But the survivors do still have the windows, don't get me wrong, but it's just a lot more weaker if they just don't have those pallets to work with. Nevertheless, we're going to be still chasing Zen here on the God Filler, and this is really, really hard to play as Spirit, to be honest. Without her phase at that point in time, you're just a 110 killer at a God Rock. It's just not very good if you are the killer side here. Zen doing a little bit of a mind game around the little short wall of the LNT and buys enough time for the gen in the background on for 5 to proc, but still getting grabbed out. And we get the last gens on 2. We're seeing outs, Tavi!
Yeah, we're seeing outs, and damn, I mean, just that turnaround in the mid game with number 1, Gabu managing to make it to the pallet. So he made it to the pallet, died on the pallet. Then pallet drop into for the people. And then Xtap swinging into the we're gonna live forever. And the endurance into the plot twist after the pickup, after the lockup force. And now we're seeing, I think this is 7 stages coming out. And
he doesn't make it, no! He just has to run straight to the gate. Does he make it?
Maybe near the gate.
If he's light, he does. I don't remember.
He's going to be really close, but... No, he's not light. He's Spin Burst because he is, of course, Delhi. Wait, no, is he Delhi? Wait, hold on. I actually...
Yeah, he's Delhi. He's Delhi. He Delhi. He's broken.
Yeah. So, I mean, whatever the case is, I believe this is just 7 stages? No, 8 stages coming in. Or is it 7? I haven't...
Yes, 8. Yes, 8.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. This is your department. This is your department.
Let's do the quick math here real quickly. So that is 19-16, 19 in favor of Sloth, 16 in favor of Requiem. That is a really good result if you're the survivors here to get an 8 stage. I called 9. I thought 9. I was really close, but this is like, I don't know if this is the first time we've seen outs in the Spirit set in this tournament, but my God, did they play really well. So with that being said, Tavi, I think we're going to go into a quick intermission while we get the next game set up for you, and we're going to be seeing Requiem's Spirit to see if they can get a 10 stage. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, DBD Indo. We're having a little bit of trouble with the scoring at the moment. We're not really too sure what the points are like. There's a little bit of a debate going on, but we will get those finalized for you guys. We're heading into the second set of the second match of the Spirit set. We just saw a 8-stage 4 fresh from our killer. Now, to beat this, we're going to need a 9-stage result as our killer for Requiem, which is Gabu. Gabu will be playing the Spirit. He is the Spirit player for Requiem. We're going to be loading into the Coal Tower once more, seeing the survivors spawn the top side of the map. We're going to be phasing over towards the 8 side now, looking for any stealthers crossing over at the 11 side. And this is very unconventional to be going down one of the sides of the map. Usually you just see the killer go down through the mid portion of the map, but I think we've caught out our Ada Thomas here, stealthing behind main. Going to be breaking the door at the front of main, and now going to be taking chase onto Ada, potentially, who's just sitting there holding the check spots, but no. We're going to be opting to leave that chase and go for something a little more active on the generators, like over at 2 here. We may see who this survivor is in just a second. It is the Claudette. It is S who will be taking this chase over into 4, and it is a nice little jungle gem here into that could be worked into Shack if applicable. And Gabu getting a little bit lost in the source, heard the vault, but thought they were going to go straight for the Shack, not seeing the scratch marks, noticed that they had went back to 3, but instead now going to be opting to chase the Adam Gapow, who's going to be pre-dropping this God Rock, which we once saw in the trial before, and now going to be playing around it, but nicely played by Gapow to not to avoid the hit and not give it away. If we look at the build, we have a build of Corrupt, Intervention, Eruption, Eruption, Pop Goes the Weasel, and Agitation. No pain res this game, which is really, really interesting to see. Now, Gapow just playing this really well, and Gabu here getting a little bit lost in the source. Unfortunately, we're going to see the generator over at 2 pop really quickly now. And Corrupt Intervention's still up, by the way, and as I say that, the survivor goes down and it's no longer up. So now we're going to take this hook onto Gapow. No pain res, but Pop Goes the Weasel. Now, in my opinion, Pop Goes the Weasel is definitely not as strong as a perk as pain res is, but unfortunately, you're just going to have to deal with what you're given, Tavi.
Absolutely. I just find it funny twice throughout your introduction that you said lost in the source, and that's exactly what Gabu was. Really lost in the source, because okay, I'm not even going to explain the pun, whatever. But yeah, really not the start you're looking for if you're Gabu. He lost one of this topside generators, which will break this up into a triple split with Coal Tower. So even just before the first round occurring, so no means to be able to undo that, and he just has to use his phase to try and locate anyone. Surely he is trying to sniff out someone to get a free tag here, but does spot out some progress here on the main building as our survivor here tries to bounce finding. It's going to happen here, but Gabu again is in a little bit of a huff spot, because he has to choose what he wants to do. He knows that the gens progress on the top side of the map, but if you commit someone, pace might be too long. Oh my, wait, they healed in the basement. They healed in the basement.
Nah.
What the hell? Why would you heal in the basement? Is that second win, maybe? I mean, that's got to be second win. There's no other reason you would heal in the basement like that. But, I mean, I guess Tunnel Out's going to be kind of lost for a little bit. Resume immediately back in the jungle. So maybe if Gabu can get this fast down onto... okay, I'm speaking way too... Gapow just doing a really good job. Fortunately, he's going to get zoned, but again, he makes his death spot, so yeah, beautiful.
Gapow doing God's work here for source, not gonna lie. But unfortunately getting mind gamed at the Shack there, and with no resource, no Shack pallet to be using, much weaker tile, we're gonna be seeing him go down towards the Shack. But again, a very good death spot to be dying over at 5 when you have gens on the other side of the map being progressed. But we do have all the generators now over at the bottom side of the map, other than 11. So as we are going to be unhooked from the bottom side here over at 7, you really want to be taking the chase now and flip the map over to the top side, because it is going to become a lot harder for you to break the 3-gen over at the bottom side. If you were to maintain the chases all around the bottom side, that is. So now we're going to be taking the Eruption proc onto 10 going to be chasing the Ada, Thomas, who will be taking a tag and running to the top side of the map, but Gabby will have to fight whether he wants to commit that chase or not, and in the end chooses ultimately not to, which is a smarter decision. I have a feeling he's going to take a quick look around this 10, and if he doesn't spot anyone like he has now, he would be going back to the hook, but gets it down and chooses Optus to slug, Ops to slug, sorry, and I do believe he's going to try and tunnel out Gapao once he is unhooked from the hook over at 7. No FTP this time. Unfortunately for Gapao, he's just going to have to run straight down to the top side of the map, and that's exactly what he's doing. As injured as he is, he has the sprint burst to accommodate for it, and he is just completely running as far away from the generators as possible, trying to last as long as possible. And I do believe there's a pallet over in this 2 side, which will be really good for him if it is utilized. Actually, that leads me to believe that maybe it's not available. No, it should be. No, it should be. Yeah, exactly. I'm gaslighting myself, but anyway, greeting it as well. The nerve on this man to greet that pallet. I don't think he actually really moved away from it, or maybe he did. I'm just as lost as Gabby at the moment, but we just saw Adam go towards the one side now, and the swing through the pallet, hitting thin air, running around the rock, and Gestrix trying to take a body block, but Gabby playing around it really nicely, and we've broken the 3-gen, which is really good. We're almost taking a tag. Gestrix dropping the pallet instantly. A little bit of a flashlight blind, not really getting it fully, but can he get the save here? No, unfortunately not. He didn't anticipate the pickup.
So much time.
Yeah.
Look at how much time they bought. That's Gen in the bot side popping, and now Gabu, even with his death, has to contend this split, kind of split generators here on the Cold Tower.
And there's a big split, mind you, Tavi. We have
this kind
6
of towards the west side, but nowhere near. I'm lagging. Yeah, I'm lagging. I just love it how I'm in the voice call with 7 ping, and then I'm still lagging. Alright, well, I mean, Thomas getting tapped here with 1 whole stay, that's understandable, but I guess Gabu's build is gonna kind of come in clutch here. Pop goes the Weasel, I think, in this 3v1. Should allow a little bit more wiggle room in terms of who he can hook, because really, if he just hooks anyone, he can just go for a pop kick. So, sorry to cut you off there, Hunter, but it was my own internet that did its thing. I love my internet.
No, don't worry about it, Tavi. It's all good. I just didn't really know whether to jump in or not because I thought you had finished casting it. I'm not too sure, but like, I'll jump in now. Obviously, we see the unhook onto Thomas here, and it's going to be really hard for these guys to pull back the match. I do believe Gabu cranking up the pressure now, and we do potentially have the potential, I guess, to see whether or not we're going to be able to match or beat this win con if you're on the side of Gabu here. So keep in mind, he needs 8 stages. Sorry, he needs 9 stages, and all of them, they're going to be fresh because it's a 9 stage. You can't really get a 9 stage without fresh hooks, so without all fresh hooks. So we're going to be taking that hook onto Thomas there and going straight back down to the generator here. So this is going to go down straight to the wire. We don't really know, we can't really anticipate what to see. S taking a tag there. I don't think Gabu should really chase this because there's the potential for Gestrix to be working that generator over in the over at the bottom side of the map. But nevertheless, we're going to be taking the chase anyway onto S, and as I stay quiet there to even listen to remotely where she is, it doesn't matter. S will be just taking that chase and just winning it ultimately. So now Gabu has to go back to the unhook and see where his tunneler has gone, which is Thomas, and we're not finding him at the moment. This is interesting. So they did go for the save. They didn't commit the generator, which is quite interesting. I'm pretty sure that was the correct play. Correct me if I'm wrong. We're going to be taking the chase onto our Ada here. Yeah, we have found our tunnel out, and we're going to have to get this pretty quickly if we're Gabu to go all the way back down. Now, the question is, if you do get this quickly, do you slug or do you hook? That is the question, the ultimate question. It just really depends on this chase, what happens right now. So, Thomas pre-dropping that pallet over at 7. Just trying to get a gist of what really is happening here, and unfortunately missing the hit onto Thomas is Gabu, and now Thomas running into the corner of the map. That leads me to believe that the generator over down at 10 is about to be completed, and it is. It's not over just yet. It's not just over yet. So if he hooks here, I do believe that spells Thomas's death. He has to find S as soon as possible. As soon as he hooks this, gets this hook. So once he finds S, statistically, if he were to get this down and then hook and then camp S to death, he wins.
The gate is already open if they were on it in this time, so we might be a bit too late here. He is angling towards the gate, so is interested. Does find our healthy survivor near here. He is fresh, but he's the deliverance player, I believe, on side of Also, this is not the survivor you want to be chasing. Funnily enough, the first unhooker who had the will make it is not the Deliverance, and they're probably going to be stealthing towards the bot side gate. But now, I mean, look, Gabu's got 6 hooks at the moment, showing himself a good amount of points, and still stuck between these two. That's the gate open. I think Source has managed to do this. I think they're out, and that is going to be Source taking away this spirit set. And,
No,
oh
he-
my god, wait. Oh, they take away 6 stages, perfect amount. And yeah, they're going to equalize it. They're equalizing it 1-1. Really nice.
I don't agree with what Gavu did, how he played that in game. He really should have committed to the
completely
healthy
agree, yeah.
survivor. He could have got that tag in phase as well, just listening out. It's just unfortunate that he just didn't do it. I mean, I kind of get the thought process behind it, but still, it's just, yeah.
He had such a good opportunity to down S, which I believe is Strax looking in their board. So I believe he had a really good chance to down Strax on the top side of the map, and then he just left that area, going back to hook, trying to secure a tunnel out in time, but I mean, it just wasn't false.
I mean, that is correct. Anyway, we will be calculating the scores appropriately. I'm not too sure if they're appearing on stream correctly. Hopefully they are, but we will be back with them. It is Source taking that set, so it is 1-1 in the best of 5. We'll be seeing you after a quick intermission while we get the next game set up for you. Stay tuned. Hello, everyone. DBD Indo. Hope you're having a really good night. You just saw Source take the set of Spirit, which I do believe was their pick. Both teams winning their pick for a 1-1 total score at the moment in terms of sets. However, I have been notified that there is nothing wrong with the score, that I am being gaslit. And no, anyways, everything's fine. So everything you saw on screen was correct. We're moving on into the next match now, which should be the Mastermind on the Coal Tower 1. Exciting stuff. All very high octane sets, very fast pace as well, which is what I really like to see. This is like my favorite kind of set. Chase killers as well. So you definitely take into note with people like teams like this, that they will definitely revolve around the typical competitive chasers like Spirit and Mastermind. So, and again, followed by two other chase killers, which is Hillbilly and Oni. A lot of those killers are movement based, so no extravagant sets there where there's a lot of there is a lot of micro involved, but not as much as like another set such as like, I don't know. Well, what would you say is one Tavi? Maybe like Dredge or something. I don't know. Anyway, moving on. Yeah, something like that. Moving on into the match, though, we have Clover going to the top side of the map, going to see if we can find any stealthing survivors right off the bat.
It does find some scratch marks around me, so it does have a good heal, but nothing really concrete at the moment, apart from the pallet drop really quickly. But Clover's actually trying to see if he can find the rotation. She actually does spot out some scratch marks at the bottom in the running survivor track. So probably do want to take this chase if it is in corrupt intervention. So it's outside the corrupt. So it's going to be a little bit more favorable here. But so I actually seem to have greeted this or like slow vaulted. So get a good amount of distance, and Clover's actually going to decide to lead the chase. So a little bit of indecision here coming in from Clover. I don't know if this was the play. Definitely tried to secure something on Shack, but I guess it is what it is. He's going to kick Jen with the yellow magical perk. Wonder what that is. Head, I guess, back towards Shack. Is that the play? Yes.
Yeah.
So, you're talking about like macro-intensive killers. We just saw one. I think Singularity is a really macro-intensive killer. I'm sure one of the I'm sure one of the more renowned Singularity players from OC agree that he is a very difficult killer to play in terms of the general over. So really nicely done though from Gestrix to avoid first tag, but I think it's going to happen anyways.
And as we say that, we are going to be seeing Clover slam Gestrix into the wall of the LNT over at the 5 side of the map, while we see the generator in the background progress, and that is a very quick 2-tab down onto Gestrix, which is something you don't really see often. Really well done to Clover. He has to find a pain res hook now to kind of mitigate the gen progress on the other generator that would be being worked on by the survivors, and I'm not too sure that he still has the Coal Tower 3 gen to work with if needed, if the need be. He's going to be breaking this pallet outside of the main building to see if he can see any survivors stealthing around the top side of the map, which he doesn't manage to find at the moment, but we do hear, I think the generator over at main is being worked on with a little bit of progress. Yes, just slightly, ever so slightly, you can potentially hear that, and we're going to be throwing Nia into the edge map, and I don't think she makes anything. She just has to run and beeline down the edge side of the map and just try to juice around these fillers over at the edge wall, which just aren't really that strong, but she finds Z-wall! No! There is no way. This is so unfortunate for Clover, and Thomas is just playing around this so well, but unfortunately getting hit through that pallet. I think throwing the pallet just slowed him down ultimately, just that little bit for Clover to actually catch up and play around it. So really well played by Thomas to get out of that predicament through the Z-wall. The goat of Tayo is coming in clutch time and time again, Tavi.
Yeah, you love to see it. Someone getting cooked on a Z-wall, on a Z-wall, sorry, not a Z-wall. Someone getting cooked on a Z-wall, something you don't see every day in another set. But Gestrix actually going to be here on the nub stealthing, so Vic unfortunately not going to be sneaky enough to get past it. So he's going to get edge map thrown yet again, and this is a really bad spot for him because he's got no resources left. He might have an exhaustion, but Clover's double dash is already ready, and Gestrix goes for Vault, and Clover misses. Fortunately, just not being precise enough dash will allow Gestrix to extend his life here on the bottom side, but it was a really long first down that came in, even though Gestrix did kind of get tapped. It took around 2 minutes, and as a response though, he was chasing outside the crop. So Gestrix is just going to make his way, I guess, towards top side, trying to extend the chase as long as possible. Trying to prevent the tunnel, and indeed what happens here is he manages to win the ping wars on the jungle gym, wins again, and it's going to force the break. So yeah, Gastric's doing a really nice job. He still has this resource available too, but I think he should be going down to really nice double dash. Feel that put Gastric second. But we still haven't seen a generator pop, and again, knowing they're doing some kind of triple split strategy. Oh, my internet cut out again. I love when that happens.
I think I'll take this one. I think I'll take this one, Tavu. Yeah. So we just saw the hook on there to Gestrix, his second hook, and the gen popping in the background. Okay. So we're going to be applying Eruption onto this generator over at 10, and going to be seeing if we can see the Survivor working on it. And we see a generator over at the 8-7 side of the map being procced, and I dare say this is going to go down to the wire. Since anybody's game at this point in time, maybe a little bit more of favor into the Survivors if we can have a really good chase here by S, who's going to be taking the chase all the way down to where the generators have been popped. And it leaves Clover in a predicament whether he decides to chase this. No, he decides to go all the way down to where it could be where the gens could potentially be worked over at 5, and I do think he spotted someone out over at the shack side, so trying to sniff them out to see if they went down to the basement, and then trying to play by sound to see where they had gone to. And we're just going to be playing these L&Ts. Thomas here going to be running around this T-wall nicely, playing the check spots, but not going to have any of it is Clover. We're still, I think we're sniffing our tunnel out here. I'm not too sure what's going on, but if I had to make a guess, that's what I would say. Anywho, we are going to be moving over towards this 2 side of the map where Thomas has ran to with this dropped pallet over at this half jungle, or whatever you want to call this. I'm really not too sure what to call this tile. Just missing the M1. Really nice vault by Thomas, able to dodge that and actually bide enough time for his chase to be somewhat very long. And now we are cooking. But we have brought him to an active generator, which is really unfortunate. It's going to be a tag onto Kapow, and I think that was a little bit of miscom there. I do think Thomas should have played that comms a little bit more. Now we have 2 injuries on the board, but the good thing is both survivors have ran away from the vicinity, which means that if they are to run down to the bottom side of the map, they can get a reset and come back and work the top generators on a full health state. Now, you do have limited spray cans, so you don't want to be getting hit by that power too many times. Unfortunately, Clover now playing around this really well, and he knows the survivors here over at this pallet gym. It's going to be S, our Claudette, running around these rocks and just giving the little bit of a juice, but getting slammed on what appears to be thin air. I don't know how that is a slam on that rock, but nevertheless, might be a spectator bug, who knows. We're going to be taking our S over here and hooking in the more central side of the map. I don't think this is within our generators. It is close to the 5 generator at 5, but we do have the Kotal 3 gen still available. We have 11 main and 1. 1 had a lot of progress, and it just leads me to believe that maybe 2 survivors will be powering it at the moment if they manage to get back at time after the reset. And that is exactly what's happened. We see Thomas on the hill trying to suss out where the killer is and maybe just drop down accordingly and try to prolong a little bit of a chase, but going to be applying that eruption to 1 and just running away if you're Clover. And then what do you think the next play is here, Tavi? Because realistically at this point in time, with 2 gens remaining and 4 survivors on the board, it is anybody's game.
Clover needs to commit. He will not win the battle of multiple tags. Or try and snowball the tags into like a downs against a team so experienced as Source, I believe. But it is possible still, but I don't think Source will allow it to happen. So he just needs to commit. He does find injured here with the full infection as well. And I think it's going to be 2-tap. It is, thanks to the hindered effect that our survivor was currently affected by with the maximum infection. But again, he's kind of getting and splitting the pressure across the board. But at the same time, Source is kind of like trading the pressure in terms of like attrition, where you get percentages in this generator, force the kicks, you force the eruptions, you force the 8 kick limit, and force Clover to eventually, run out of kicks and I guess make a decision there, like what you do. So they're trading in some of their resources for other advantages. Clover's, I guess, happy to just take the pain with the power and head back to the top side. It is still, I guess, anyone's game here, but Clover is going to be the one setting the win condition. So I think it is a little bit more scary on your part as Requiem's killer. Like, what what is the idea here? How many stages are you willing to greed or play for? As he's already got 5 so far, but only one of them is on the death hook, and that's actually the 3-gen on the top side breaking here. And now Clover really cannot hope to hold this 3-gen, so has to play the stages. I don't think Source is going to be foolish enough to reveal their tunnel. So yeah, definitely stages here, Hunter. It's just how many Clover can get in this amount of time. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Adrenaline, of course.
And as you say that, Tommy, the adrenaline proc. Yeah, the adrenaline proc onto Claudette there. The endgame generator just being completed, and now we're taking what may be the last chase of the trial. Catching out Thomas as well, coming in for the protection hit, and we can hear that third light on the exit gate being procced and it being opened. Now, S trying to make as much distance as possible, trying to reach the 10 gate. But no, we do surround the car tile, and that will be what seems to be S is out, and Thomas comes in for the protection hit now, which is really good. And we see Gestrix here also doing the same. We're going to go for a little bit of an Urotech, but no, not quite getting it, unfortunately. And that will be all outs. Tavi, this is... Oh, that was really good. That was really good.
Amazing play here for Source. I mean, I honestly don't know what Clover could have done much better apart from maybe get down faster. So, I mean, Source just kind of formed there on the survivor side, and they're going to be taking a really significant advantage over the points here on this third set, which again was Requiem's pick. So if they can steal the set away, you know, like in tennis, you steal away the set which your opponent serves, you're in a good position to try and take away TV. So yeah, 5 stages is the equivalent of what I understand to be the result. Amazing stuff.
Yes, quite amazing stuff, Tavi. We're going to be seeing the killer for Source. Oh, sorry. Is it Source or Requiem playing killer? No, sorry. It is Source playing killer next. So we'll be seeing you after a quick intermission while we get that sorted for you guys. Don't go anywhere. Grab popcorn. It's going to be a long night. We're heading into the demon hours if you're in the OCE community. So get comfortable. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, DBD Indo, to the second set of the second match of the Mastermind set. We're going to be seeing Source now on the Mastermind, and they have a 5-stage win con all fresh to beat. This is going to be pretty interesting to see if Requiem can hold up the level of Survivor gameplay we had just seen. I didn't get to quite see who was playing the Mastermind, unfortunately, for the side of Source. But if I do,
oh, it's
it's Aka. Okay, all right. I'll give him that. It's definitely the goat of goats, but we're going to be loading in to see what XTAP can pull out of the hat. What kind of build is he going to be running? What kind of spawn is he going to be having? And as we load in real quick, we do see he spawns at the bottom side of the map, heading towards the top 3 gen. So he's a 4 gen top, so it's not too bad. Three of which of the generators are corrupt. The one being uncorrupt is 3 side. We do spot somebody over at the 1 side of main, but not going to be opting to take chase onto them. We're going to be going for something a little bit more favorable to us in this point in time, with corrupt intervention still applicable. So we do find the Nancy, who is Clover, who was our last killer, playing the Mastermind for the team of Requiem and saving our life there. Very ballsy play, and I like it, playing the check spots around the T-wall, but unfortunately getting caught by XTAP, playing that really beautifully in the M2 state. Going to be slamming into the rock and taking chase over towards the 5 side of the map, seeing scratch marks over in the middle, but opting not to chase the person in the middle, instead committing onto Clover. We are pretty confident that we can get this down. The life being procced, and just a nice little dodge, but unfortunately getting body blocked at the pallet, and that will spell the down for Clover by XTAP, and I dare say we're going to be seeing a pain res really quickly, Tavi.
Yeah, really lucky for Clover, though. This pain res is going to take a little bit of time for XTAP to make his way towards, but it seems like he should be able to get it anyway to try and stop this first gen. Really important to note here that although both teams have had very similar starts in terms of dying outside of the corrupt intervention, Source's first chase, they nearly managed to run out the entirety of the corrupt intervention. Whereas this time with Requiem's first chase, we can see here this generator is not even complete. If XTAP did indeed have the pain resonance, which he did not opt to go for, it would have been interrupted. So instead, he applies the pop and it continues to tunnel out, and that's a shock pallet being thrown down, so minus rep as a teammate for Clover. But XTAP's actually a little bit interested in going for a little bit of his zoning, so not really going to work out, unfortunately. He has to break gold pallet here, but Clover's still got a really nice setup here. Look at this RL tile, which is what you were saying before, the fake jungle gym. He's got an RL tile window. Still play around, but I think he's going to go down here. Unfortunately, he just was not positioned well enough to exploit setup. So that's just going to be a really fast second hook for XTAP. And I think definitely, as we saw before from Source of Survivors, they really did set up XTAP to take away the victory in this Mastermind set, but it still remains for XTAP to continue playing this out for what I believe is going to be a 4-point differential in team. So yeah, XTAP, really nice start for him, man. All he needs to do is just keep up this hunter.
Yeah, definitely. All he has to do is keep up what he's doing right now. So, like right now, he has a tunnel just sitting on the hook at the moment. Really quick downs, and he's playing really well around them. He knows the gen is being worked on over at 8, but choosing not to use pop on it. So since you can't see the build, it is corrupt intervention, eruption, pop goes the weasel, and pain res. We've already used the pain res stack on that hook that just happened just there. It wasn't the first hook, it was the second hook. We do have Pop Goes the Weasel at our disposal that just hasn't been used. He could have scared off the people, the survivors over at 8 with Pop Goes the Weasel at his disposal, only to try and go back there eventually. He's just trying to scare. I think he's just convinced. Yeah, he's just okay. So instead of using Pop Goes the Weasel, he's opted to secure the death onto Clover to make sure that they are in the 3v1 state as quickly as possible. And is this? I think this might be a camaraderie play here, Tavi, because I'm seeing. Wait, I was no. Oh wow. Okay, it's not. Okay.
I think they just died, right? So...
It was taking a little bit. I couldn't see the bar. No, sorry. I might be wrong on that in that regard. But anyway, we're going to be taking the tag onto this generator over the 11 side of the map, and they're still holding up really well. The survivors, they need to keep this up. They need to not be giving so many free tags. They need to make sure they're lasting long enough in chase. And unfortunately, Gabu getting tagged at this little Ormond tile over at 10. Now opting to take the chase over to main. not too sure. Yes, just vaulting back on the pallet. This was very good play by Gabu, not getting caught out in the middle of the main building. Instead, just holding W. Now going towards this filler outside of 1, dropping it instantly and going towards the L&T over at 2, and vaulting the T. And just keeping alive. Now, it is important to note that we really want the survivors to be working the generators here, but all Xtap has to do now is he just has to get this kill onto Gabu, and he just needs to secure Gabu from first to death, really, like, and he wins. He doesn't have to play for stages. He can if he wants to. He has, but he does not have the gens to really be doing so. He has a 2-2 split. This is like the worst split I've ever seen. Unfortunately, this is the equivalent, Tavi, to when you play bowling and then you hit directly in the middle and there's 1 pin on the right side and 1 pin on the left side. This just annoys the absolute crap out of me. Nevertheless, we're going to be playing Pop Goes the Weasel to that generator over at Shaq, and then going back to the unhook that had just happened, and we really need to be making sure that we're securing that down. I'm not too sure they have time to reset here onto Gabu. I think that Xtap's going to get there before that actually even happens, but no, they actually get the reset. Wow, that was, I don't know if that was quite quick. I think that was a stock standard, to be honest. But Xtap now taking the chase onto Chiaru here, who's going to be leading us all the way into the 3-side tile. And then we have another Ormond filler. My God, I hate this tile, to be honest with you. I mean, again, just like not being able to win it. Gabu was fortunate enough to have the chance to W away from it, but Chiaru just not being able to win the Ormond tile. Really unfortunate RNG, considering that there's also a hill over at 4. I don't really like this mid either. They're dealing with what they have. They have 5 stages on the board. I do believe that it's still in favor of Requiem, but you can't give away a single hook at this point in time now, because if you give one away, they win.
I have for you. What's bad news I have for you? Because Requiem can still afford to give away a hook stage, maximum 1, on a non-fresh survivor. So with actually Manhunt being chased here. If they can get away from this, but if they do get hooked, it is going to be, I believe, the Wiccan secured. But Xtap, I think, is in a fairly comfortable position. Doesn't get the throw off, but I think Anya is going to be zoned anyway. So that, I think, with the fresh hook now coming into play, I think that should be sufficient for Xtap to steal this set away. So just remember, everyone, that like fresh hooks are worth a very large amount of points, so it's going to deny so many points here from Requiem. It's going to deny enough to take away this set. So yeah, now Source should be up 2-1 on the Snap has some stupid like disconnect thing, or like somehow gets penalty, but I don't think that's all.
No, yeah, it's in the bag for them now. It's Xtap has 6 stages. We saw 5 beforehand, so regardless of the fact of if there's fresh hooks or not, it is Xtap who will be taking away this set for his team at Source, so well played to them. They are very much ahead now with a 2-1 result, and now Xtap going to be making sure he can secure this death onto Manhunt. It's intriguing to know that we've seen so many outs tonight on the Coal Tower in this best of 5. Tavi, I didn't really expect it. I expected a lot of 4K1s and 4K2s like we had previously seen, but no, these survivors are actually just really out of their mind at this point in time. So finding Chiaru down in the basement, not really a good place to be hiding if you're him, and just getting absolutely slammed into the shack, unfortunately. Xtap just showing why he is the GOAT. That's crazy.
Put that in the compilation stuff. Send it, call it a day. That was pretty much worth everything. If not taking away the victory was enough for Xtap, that is sufficient footage in the next YouTube video on the channel. So should be happy about the result he has here. Already has, I believe, 7 stages, counting. There's no real say if you can get a 4K1 from here, but I mean, it's definitely possible. The option, of course. Pop Goes the Weasel is going to generate this really low progress, but yeah, I mean, I don't even know how close this topside generator is to being done, but I haven't seen much of it very recently, so it could very very well be close to 100. But again, Xtap still taking this really nuts. You have to again give it to the survivors setting it up. But again, hitting that clip on Chiaru, not something you'd get every day.
Yeah, I don't be surprised if you're going to end up in a YouTube compilation, Shiaru, unfortunately. But nevertheless, we're going to be taking the chase onto Shiaru once more and just getting him, like, downing him just outside of 5. We see Gabu. Was that? No. Is that Gabu or Manhunt? Okay, so it is Gabu rotating towards the Shack Gen. Nobody was on main. We haven't seen main proc, and I do believe that Manhunt's over at Shack. I'm not too sure unless I've completely pushed that. No, actually, he could be over at main, working main. And Xtap knows. Yeah, no, Xtap knows it. Xtap knows he's working over at main. I am gaslighting. I'm gaslighting everyone at the moment. But we do hear Manhunt over at the top, and just I don't know if he had dropped just then, but we did hear him grunt. Yes, and we did. We'll see him run all the way down to 9 and play around the Ormond filler over at 10. And I do think this is just going to be ultimately the down onto Manhunt, unfortunately, and just getting stuck onto Xtap, but still remaining alive somehow, just being able to play around the collision and doing a little bit of mind games around the Ormond Tower, but not really working amongst Manhunt, and he's just going to opt to go for the window, but still not getting hit. My god, he is hitting thin air. This man's getting stuck on everything X-Tap, unfortunately, but just M1ing him in the end of the day, and that will just end this trial, end this set. It is 2-1 in Source's favor at the moment, Tavu.
Yeah, absolutely. And now Source might be able to take it away. They did pick the Billy, and X-Tap will be showing what he's made of on the Blood Lodge trial, but fairly convincing one in the Mastermind set. 4K1 versus 5 stages. Yeah, that's right. But with that being said, like, Requiem has to try to take this back. I know Zen has been playing the Hillbilly quite recently for Requiem, and he stepped up and started getting very good results. So I'm aware last week he took away the victory on the Hillbilly from 2 Savage. Took away 2-1. But even I think beforehand we did see slowly get the feeling of Billy, and have to see what he can do to try and equalize this. Because if he can't, they are going to be kicked out of the bracket. Yeah. So I guess Requiem's winner bracket spot does kind of rely on Zen at the moment.
No, yeah, definitely does. So it's going to be really interesting to see. So we are moving on into the next set, which will be Hillbilly on the Blood Lodge, which is Source's pick. So it's going to be... We're not going to go into an intermission, I don't think. We can probably yap for a little bit, Tavi, I think, because in all honesty, I don't think it'll take these guys very long to get their build sorted. They've already changed the map. Shiaru on Nia, Gavu on the Ada, Clover on the Ace, and Manhunt also on the Ace. I'd love to see... Oh, no. We're having someone switch out. Okay, maybe we'll go to a little bit of an intermission, so stay tuned. It's Zen. No. Okay, we'll go to a little bit of an intermission and we'll see you guys in just a couple of seconds. welcome back DBD Indo. We are going into the 4th set of the night, which is the Hillbilly and the Blood Lodge, which is Source's pick. It's going to be really interesting to see what can happen here. Last match, we did see Source take the win in the Mastermind set. It was a total of 22 to 42. Requiem, whose killer was Clover. Requiem had a points of killer as 14, points on survivor 8, and a penalty of nothing, which was a result of 22 altogether collectively. And then you had Source, whose killer was X-Tap. Total points of the killer was 24, total points of the survivor was 18, which is a total of 42. So therefore Source will be taking that point, nevertheless moving into X-Tap's Billy. Now I gotta say, Tavi, I'm interested to see what the boy can pull out, because from what I've heard, Zen's Billy is something to be Zen's Billy is something to be messing with. I won't lie. He's really good. So gonna be taking the chase onto Ace here, onto Clover. First chase to see if we can have a good one. It's imperative on a Billy set that you have a really good first chase. You can determine what your game's gonna be like, as with any other set really in this particular instance. But unfortunately, getting hit and a curve from X-Tap is going to spell the first stage onto Clover, unfortunately. And we're going to be seeing it. We're going to be seeing if we can. Oh, there's no there's no pain res. Okay, noted. So there is eruption, bamboozle, ruin, and corrupt intervention. So ruin's still coming into play, and we've got a hook at the main generator. Now, Ruin's sitting at 9, just underneath the nose of whoever's working this generator over here. And I think they would have seen it running into the truck there, calling it out. Is Gavu. Hopefully he called it out. Going to be doing a little bit of a spin around and taking the M1 over at the filler outside of Shack. And then I think X-Tap's just going to go straight back to the hook here, Tavi, to get the tunnel out.
Absolutely. I mean, as a Hillbilly, with his really high mobility, can make the most out of that. By just removing a survivor and then putting them the ability to just like have survivors off rotating. So I feel like X-Tap's just going to be able to continue this chase onto Clover. I mean, he's going to be really close getting chainsaw here, but Clover taking really nice piloting. Let's just avoid this down for a little bit longer, but it doesn't make the pallet, so won't be a potential pallet save coming in, but I don't think Becca would be able to afford one anyways. The first generator pops in the background. No doubt that was probably like Xiao popping that, but I mean, from what I see from other Billy games, I think even popping like a generator and getting some progress on another. Oh no way! Gabu gets cancelled tech on Shaq. He's gonna go down, similar to what happened to Clover at the start of the trial. I don't know if Gabu has any unbreakable or anything to play around that. Maybe he has tenacity or something to try and mitigate this slug that X-Tap is happily taking here. But Zen also gonna get found and take this chainsaw as well, forced to drop this pillar. Now, oh my god, Requiem. What has happened? What has happened here? This is just a disaster.
Oh me, oh my, Tavi. That was insane by X-Tap to get that snipe onto Gabber over at Shack, to then down Zen on the other side of the map. And funny enough, everybody who was slugging except that, well, everyone who was slugging was there was just no sight of the anti-slug build, unfortunately, so nothing was able to really be done once X-Tap was slugging there. Clover just waving down at the pallet, doing a little bit of an animation tech. Unbreakable, yeah, you saw it. There is an unbreak on Zen, and now X-Tap's just deciding not to chase that, so now he's going to be picking... Oh no, opting to pick no. We're still playing around this pallet save. Is the Nia Zen just constantly going back and forth in between the fun bus and this little filler at 12. X-Tap knows it and is trying to down Zen, unfortunately colliding with the locker. I think maybe he's just going to go back for the pickup now that he's that far out of distance from being saved on, I guess. No, he just wasn't. He wasn't, Tavi. He wasn't.
I don't know how you got the power save, but I mean, X-Tap was right to try and get the down, but it's bought so much time for Requiem. That's Shaq popping, I think, for this. Ace still in chase here. Can still perhaps make some good time out of the RNG he has, but I mean, it's only a fun bus, so that's probably going to be fairly fast down. Surely you'd think Clover's finally going to be able to drop this and eventually win a couple of here, but it seems like Xiao here on the no-middle is going to try and take it down. I guess maybe it's going to work, but Clover's still in a fairly alright position. Xiao breaks away here, trying to make a little bit more of an optimal play, and X-Tap, I think this game is kind of falling out of his control. He finally does get this M1 through the window, and Xiao is here to try and bait the chase, but I don't... it's a bit too late for that. Xiao is one M1 away.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what Shiara was doing right there, because on the off chance that he did get tagged as well, that would spell 2 people down, and I wouldn't think that he would have enough time to recover to be able to pick himself up. I think he was just trying to prolong the chase of Clover, but unfortunately not being able to do so, and we will see Clover dying on that hook over at 10, but now spotting Gabu, who was working this 7 generator, and seeing 3 pop in the background now. Gabu pre-dropping that shack pallet and just making as much distance as he can to ensure that he's not being hit down by the Billy's chainsaw, and now just chainsawing that pallet and getting it out of the way. We have shack gone now. We have the last couple of generators available on the map. We have 5, we have 7, we have... I do believe there's probably one... If we can just turn around for a little bit, there's one at 11, and then I presume there would be another one at 9. So unfortunately not getting the chainsaw onto Gabu, but still getting the M1, and now the eruption proc onto the generators over in the background is going to force Xtap to go back and make sure that none of them pop to secure this 4K2, and all of a sudden the game is back in Xtap's hands. He can see the one survivor rotating for the pickup on Gabu, and he's going to kick this generator, not applying eruption, not quite ready yet. Unfortunately, still half of its cooldown is not available. Going all the way back to where the slug was, and just cutting off the survivor, going for the pickup, I do believe, and it is going to be the pickup onto Gabu if he can spot him out. Or he's just baiting a little bit and waiting for the person who's trying to pick up Gabu to reveal themselves, but unfortunately just for the survivors picking up Gabu and getting him right back on that hook, and then I dare say that he's going to be going back to do a little bit of a gen patrol Tavu.
Absolutely. I don't know. This is exactly where he'll lose. All 3 survivors are injured, so it's really likely that they'll get. So Xiao's gonna get down here at the shack, double ball here after not having life. This means that he goes down fairly fast up the pillar, which Xtap is willing to try and go for the break for, but beautiful stun coming in. Xiao, and I guess Xtap wasn't expecting to go for the cap, so it's gonna take a little bit longer to secure this onto Xiao. Of course, you cannot slug. Still going to be fairly good pressure and a good tempo for Xtap to up the. I believe Gabu did have it. Or he actually finds Gabu. So maybe I don't know why is he here though? He was hooked very recently, and now he's showing himself here. Oh, he's going for the pallet save. Gabu can pick himself up with the no-midder, but Gabu isn't going to be able to last here, so he's just going to go down. Potentially, maybe able to pull away the tenacity, but. There's no way Xtap is going away from the no-midder survivor and the down tenacity, trying to cut off this generator from popping here on the west side of the map, but doesn't catch anyone. And Xiao should actually be able to pick himself up very, very shortly. That is the no-midder coming into play. Now, our survivors are kind of making a comeback. Xiao was forced to drop the Caldo. Try to pick up Gabi, but not good. So, still though, this time bought for our survivors, and really nothing lost for on the side of our survivors. Like usually when you start wasting time, you have to give up resources like pallets. I mean, they only gave up 1 pallet, wasted so much time for forced these to take. Gabi's also getting. Xtap is not happy with the 4K1 result. He does really want to secure 4K. You can smell it, and so close for him. Maybe he's in, yeah, but that could be his demise up top. Could be greedy a little bit too, but of course he can prove it wrong.
No, he is playing a little bit greedy, I do believe. When he got those 2 downs over at the other side of the map where there was the no-midder, he just should have picked. Going back to 7 was a little bit silly. I do know he wanted to secure the 4K2 win con, but even then it was just too much time gone to allow Shiaru to pick himself up and then still get the pick up onto... I do believe it was Gabu over there who was playing for the pallet save, but... I don't even think that Zen was really committing that generator over at 7. I think he was at mid 11 that whole time during that generator. But anyway, we're going to be taking chase onto Gabu now over towards where that pallet was in the 8 side of the map. And we're just going to be going down in this corner, which leads me to believe that both survivors are splitting generators here. I think at best, we're going to be seeing a 4K1 from Xtap. I do believe he's going to be losing one of these generators if the survivors maintain the pressure here. But... maybe he won't allow it to happen. They're pre-leaving really far away from the generators really early, which is really nice to see, to ensure that they're not going down next to the generators, that they're trying to bide as much time for the generators to pop as possible. And we're going to be taking this chase now onto Zen, who's going to be running around this one side of the map, doing really nicely in the process. And X-Tap doing a little bit of mind games and catching him off guard, but missing the M1. The sprint burst comes into play. It is 99. That is absolutely crazy work by Zen. It might buy them enough time to get at least one gen pop, but no, we're still yet to see that happen, and X-Tap is going to have to leave this chase if he wants to make sure that he's securing those generators to not be popped, and he's going to go straight, but just missing the snipe onto our Claudette Chiaru here, and I dare say when he gets this down, he just better pick up. He probably should just pick up, because although he's playing really risky for the 4K2, Tavi, it's just he may potentially lose both generators. I just don't really know what the play is here, and yeah, he knows that he needs to pick up. He knows he needs to slow down the pace of this game at the moment, and just there's still 7 being worked on. I don't know if he's going to lose it quite just yet. He's going to.
This is bait. This is bait. I believe
you think?
He just hooked the Deliverance Survivor, and that is him off the hook.
Oh.
That with his, yeah, exactly, and that's I think why Zen took the down there was to try and force Slug Game to stop. It was so good real estate, you would think, for X-Tap. Oh, such a nice hook on the hill next to the generator. What more could you ask for? But of course, this is the Deliverance Survivor, so he just kind of like took that as a hook line. Now Zen is just going to be able to bait the chase for longer, but not. Just as I said, I mean, Carlson first. But he's going to go down and fly the eruption across the map. So I guess, unfortunately, if that chase could have lasted longer, would have really. But now with the eruption coming in, that's set back the progress by so much. But
this the generator 8 or 7 wards?
And now this has.
I didn't even know that was.
And that's why not dead. I didn't think so either, man. I didn't think so either. I thought they were just committing this western side generator setup, but then suddenly 5 pops, and now you have to hook this survivor. Gabu, of course, trying to rotate in for the pickup, which does happen. Oh my god, how does that happen so quickly? Managed to zoom for 5, and now Survivor's actually might be able to get more from this. I mean, Nova the Survivor is still not even being hooked yet, so he's got 140 seconds on this to try and last. Of course, it is in a pretty bad lead scenario, but man, Survivor's burned unbreakable, but still have a good amount of time left for hooks. Gabu has to, of course. Okay, I was gonna say go down, but yeah. My heart started racing there. If he went down there, that would
Tavi, they're playing this 3v1 so well, and it's anybody's game still. You have 2 generators with eruption procced on them, but all are ready to just burst at this point in time, and now we're going to see the locker grab from Chiaru and their eruption proc, and that's going to stop any generators from progressing for a little bit, but the DS comes into effect, prolonging the chase, so we can just assume that Chiaru had called the down and that Gabu is still working over at that mid-11 generator, but no, now we're going to be seeing X-Tap do a little bit of mind games around the shack and just try to catch someone off guard. And I do say, you know what, with all things considered, Tavi, he could lose this. He could lose his 3 generators remaining. Look how progressed this mid-11 generator is, and I can only presume that 7 is somewhat still at least half progressed, even with all of the regression applied to it.
I mean, I think our survivors need to play a little bit smart and try and get the rotations in. Try and put the appropriate survivors on the generators. Like, you could put your balance landing survivor on the hill. You want to optimally put your swim burst survivor in the dead zone. But it seems like X-Tap is just trying to the very obvious survivor. Bumps here. A little bit of the overdrive, turning your overstepping there, but you can just afford to leave this head back to 7 and catch out the survivor here. Seems to be Zen, but the X-Tap doesn't go for the down. You prefer the eruption here. Then try and hold the generator on the top of the map, but I think X-Tap is losing confidence. It seems to me that X-Tap, like, he's had such a nice start, getting the tunnel out at around 3 to 2 generators left. Then suddenly X-Tap has used their okay, look, suddenly the survivors start using every little scrap of their perks to try and get value, like the unbreak into the palisade that was attempted by Zen, and then also the deliverance on the hill, and the decisive strike and blocker. Maybe X-Tap is kind of
committing
like getting a little bit scared of survivors. But with
they're committing 7. They're hard committing. One of them's still on 7.
He's still stuck between.
Wait, no, never mind. Yeah, okay.
No,
never mind.
He has to defend the hook, kind of, in a way, but the hook is in between these 2 objectives, them being the generators. Seems like it's going to be Xiao here. Can he win the dead hard? I know he has to have the dead hard here. Is he going to? No, he's not going to. He's got to wait it out. He's gonna greed the death hard and go down as Xtap heads back towards it. The generator pops. No, Xtap. No way. And he has to pick up.
He has to pick. He has to pick.
He has to pick this. He has to pick this. Has to go for the hook. Gabu's gonna get unhooked off this, and Zen and Gabu can potentially play for gates here on the Blood Lodge. I believe the gates were on the top side of the map. They were fairly split. Even for Hillbilly, it's going to take time for you to try and defend these gates, and this hook is nowhere near the gates either. So if the survivors get a really nice stealth here for the unhook, yeah, you can see here that the hook is like nowhere near the path of the gates. If our survivors can just get a really nice stealth here on the bot side of the map, maybe they can even think of getting stages out of the door, which I think is completely possible here. And Requiem, oh my god, they've just completely bulldozed Xtap. Mental battles, I think, in the Blood Lodge are going to be in favor of the Requiem, even if they did get that really, really fast tunnel out and potential for 4K2. They've somehow turned this back into a potential stages game. Could you believe? This.
It's phenomenal gameplay by the survivors. You are right, Tavi. It just ultimately comes down to, I think Xtap got too greedy with the way he was playing the game, unfortunately. Really trying for that 4K2 when all he had to do was pick up the gnome with the survivor after slugging all the way over at 8 and try to mitigate anything from happening where he could have just slugged Gabu, to be honest. We knew Unbreak was used early on in the game, and the only way for Gabu to really get up if he had slugged was if Shiaro was left on the ground, but at that point he would have hooked him and still probably secured a 4K1, losing one generator. The process with only 2 remaining, but unfortunately for Xtap, we're going to be seeing Gabu exit the trial, and we do still have Shiaro slugged somewhere over around this 1 or 2 side of the map. Yeah, just over at that 12 side. He just has enough time to pick himself up. Does he have Dead Hard? Because if he has Dead Hard and he utilizes it now, no, wait, oh no, oh, problemas.
I thought this was going to be a low. I don't know what's going on. He doesn't have. Okay, well.
No shots. What?
Well, I guess I have to give it to Requiem for playing this out, but they've made a really, really big blunder here in the end game. Then kills himself on the hook, and I don't think Gabu has enough time to call out. I mean,
he doesn't.
He's going to be fast. Look at Gabu go. Look at that 801 on the ground.
No, he doesn't make it though. Even with tenacity, he just doesn't make that.
Exactly, like pretty, like huge blunder. Sorry, not pretty big, huge blunder coming in from Requiem here, because they could have saved themselves so many points here.
It's a Mori too.
Doesn't want to risk anything about like a flip.
Smart.
So yeah, I mean, from a potential stages game and escapes going into a 4K0, that is a really large amount of points Requiem has handed back to Xtap. But absolutely still a 4K0. Incredible stuff. I thought they were going to get like killed before the final generators popped, and I was proven wrong. And then I thought they would escape, and I was proven wrong again. So now I think it's going to be down to Zen. Of course, Zen's Hillbilly now for Requiem. Try and 4K source for the final pops. He can do that. He's going to equalize the 2-2, and we're going to have to move to Tiebreaker. So, oh my god, like these sets are like so close from both sides, but someone has to pull through, Billy. Someone has to.
Yeah, no flip-flop on Gabu, unfortunately, there. But yes, just like, I'm gonna be honest, I think that was the biggest blunder of the entire season in this tournament, unfortunately. They'd had outs and just it all crumbled in the end due to just being a little bit too greedy in the end game. That being said, we just need one stage out the door. If you're the survivor team of Source, if you're the killer player, you need at least a 4K one. So, well, you'll see what will happen in the next game. Stay tuned. This could be the last game of the night, and we'll see you all very, very shortly. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, DBD Indo, to what may be the final game of the night of the final series. It's a best of 5. It's been a long night. I know you're all tired, but these games have been insane. We have the potential for it to go to a 2-2 tiebreaker, or the potential for it to go to a 3-1. And even though the score may sound large if it goes to a 3-1, don't be fooled. These games have been really, really close, and it's been really enjoyable to watch. Nevertheless, we will be seeing the killer of Requiem, who is Zen. Now, I've heard Zen is an insane Billy, so anything can happen here. I mean, he needs a 4K1 to win, 4K0 to tie. And the survivors just need one stage out the door. Now, with that being said, you are versing the likes of S, Gestrix, Kapow, and Thomas. Gestrix on the no mither. Probably the best man for the job, I'll be completely honest with you. He's just insane on the chases, so it doesn't really matter that he's like left with one less stage. Nevertheless, we're going to be taking the chainsaw over towards 7, and we spot Thomas doing a little bit of a pre-jump on this. I don't even know what to call this tower. It's like a half 4 walls, and I hate it. But anyway, we're just going to be continuing to chase Thomas, and unfortunately not getting the chainsaw, but making the shack. The fortunate side of Thomas and colliding with the corner is already turning out to be a little bit of a longer chase, or on the longer side, and that was a really nice curve around the door to break the shack pallet, kind of catch Thomas off guard, and he is just going to go down pretty quickly, to be honest with you. I thought the chase would be a little bit on the longer side, but after that curve around the break of the shack pallet, I think that did throw Thomas off a little bit, so... Because it threw me off a little bit. I know I would have fell for it. What about you, Tavi?
Bro, that was disgusting. Okay, you think about it on Thomas's screen, there's a bit of big difference as well from 2 regions. That was an absolutely disgusting curve. And that's exactly what Zen needs to start off this pressure up here on the Blood. Of course, playing for 4K0. Unfortunately, I do have to make the remark that Requiem Survive side kind of made up the last minute tuck or throwback in the points to make it a 4K0, but Zen's still in pretty decent spot. I mean, has spotted out Gestrix here, and decides to actually go for Gestrix instead of the tunnel out onto Survivor. We've just been hooked, but kind of makes some sense in a way, but at the same time, that's going to be an additional 70 seconds that Gestrix sits on the hook. So, as well as him being the no-mid survivor, you would expect him to have some kind of defense as well in the perk selection that Source has picked for him. So, he's going to take this hook here near this high progress gen. Ruin's going to be gone now, so only got the yellow, magical yellow generator turning perk left in his back pocket to play out the remainder of this trial. But oh wait, maybe I'm wrong. So could have made a lie there just to hide another perk. So that perk on the bottom though, Hex Power Control, surely he's gonna get a lot of value, I'd say. I've seen Billy's run that very recently, so he could actually get kind of out of control on the survivors, and if they can't deal with the Hex Power Control quickly, as Gestrix gets really early onto the here and takes a BT hit. The power doing it as well, being found. So kind of knows where like everyone is, but now losing a lot of time with that bump. That was not really what you wanted, and now Kapow can play this chase out really nicely. So I don't know how the survivors are doing it. Usually against the Hillbilly, you see it tunnel out really quickly, but somehow now Hunter, now we're like as Zen anyway, we're deciding to split the hooks over like all 4 survivors, and that's generator popping here. So really nice punishment, I would say, on the side of Source.
No, yeah, definitely. Tavi now. The thing is like they have a lot of split gen pressure across the board. Just now, what do you do if you're Zen? You just have to get these downs as quickly as possible. And at the moment, S just given a really good chase, giving Zen a run for his money, and still able to make distance even though he zoned him through the pallet break, and just to be able to find this little filler amongst the cars as well, curving around the tower very nicely, but just not hitting S at all, playing very nice, and just unfortunately getting M1 there now picked up, and I dare say this is going to be a hook and then back onto Gen Patrol. Now, there's 2 gens that have procced at the moment with 3 stages on the board. This is still technically anybody's game. I do presume there would be a little bit more gen progress on a generator somewhere around in the trial, but it's definitely not over here at 11, maybe over at 9. I'm not too sure. But yeah, I hear it going off a little bit, but not as much as I would have thought. I thought, no, that's 3 pistons, you know, there's still a fair amount of progress. No one around in sight, though. I think they had pre-left a long time ago, so Zen just going to go back to that hook and try to secure his tunnel out onto S. And finding him in the process, he's going to be going straight to Shaq. He's not going to make that, unfortunately, even if there is a little bit of ping involved. S going to be making that window nice and cleanly, and Zen knows that he can't really stick this chase any longer. He's going to go back to the generators if he wants to secure them, and he does find Pow, the Atom, just stealthing around the fun bus and utilizing this pallet really well, making sure that he doesn't get hit at all, or hit by the chainsaw rather. And there's a nice little filler just outside around the 9 side, colliding with it. He needs to be vaulting that and making distance. He is still stuck at this pallet, just vaulting it back and forth, and unfortunately losing every 50 is Zen. Pow winning every single 50. My god, that is amazing, Tavi. He's going to be vaulting this window, and I dare say he's going to be going down to that filler over at the 9 side of the map, but I don't even know if he makes it, to be honest. Yeah, he doesn't. He doesn't. He just should have. In order, he still should have tried.
Zen is like really worried right now. You can see with his gameplay, another generator gone for survivors, so only need to pop 2 more to meet the Typhon. And I think, again, as I was saying, I think Zen is really nervous here. Oh my god, the cancel tech nearly getting pulled off here, but he's going to secure the down anyway onto Thomas as Gapao gets picked up in the background. I believe that was the unbreakable and the deliverance on Gapao, so he's fairly safe in terms of anti-tunnel. But Thomas, though, is going to be put onto the second hook, so things could kind of snowball a little bit out of control here. But again, Zen is being fairly indecisive this entire trial. He's been dropping tunnel nuts pretty much every time his one has popped up, and even that chase, I believe, onto Gapao was only the result of them kind of like leaving. I believe it was tracked on the shack. So it's like such like strange indecision coming in from Zen. But I think we'd have to bring it down to nerves. I'm trying to, of course, 4K Source, which is the now SCA team. He goes for the curve around here. It's not going to reach, unfortunately. So Gapao is just going to keep on playing this out. And stun as well, going to be taken from Gapao. A little bit of the emotes as well. So banned with the AT going to Gapao, but it's still going to be enough. And cancel tech as well coming in from Zen to get the down. So at least he manages to get this fairly quickly. But at the same time, exactly, he knows it's still low. He has to drop this, or this last gen is going to be through the roof in terms of the points. And yeah, beautifully done to survive.
I don't think he should have threw that pallet there. He had potential to just run around the car and not get hit. He could have preserved it a little bit longer, but I guess the stun into distance wasn't really the worst decision in the end. Kicking the generator over at this 9 side, he knows that everybody's going to be working these other generators. I don't think they'd be... Oh, they are working main. Sorry, I think they're 3-splitting, to be honest with you. So Thomas just vaulting the window inside to outside of main, kicking that generator outside of main as well. Is Zen going to be breaking the breakable door and trying to catch off guard our Nia Thomas, but Thomas still making distance, holding W around the tiles, playing this really nicely, vaulting the window outside of main. Zen just losing it. I think this is definitely out. So unless this is some spectacular slugfest and we somehow manage to get Gestrix down and we can hook off survivors, I dare say, Tavi, this is going to be Source's game.
Yeah, I think Source is going to be your winner back at finalists here. I think is away 3-1 from Requiem, so really impressive stuff here. As Zen's still going to be playing this out. I think he knows that the game is completely slipped out of his hands. So yeah, really nicely done from Source to take away that Mastermind pick. I do have to say that maybe Requiem's resolve has kind of just like shown a little bit of a crack, I think, in the later on sets, but whatever it was a really great series to cut out to finish off this the winners bracket, sorry. And I guess Source is going to be your finalist, and we'll see Requiem and Insomnia fight it out. So two also fairly fairly new, but fairly respected team coming out. Damn,
yes.
2 more Titans, yeah. Two more Titans have to fight it out next week for this. So, Source though, really well played to them. So it's kill this. I think they want to go for 1v1. So
no, they don't. He's waiting out the dead hard. It's gonna be the Mori. I was gonna, to be honest, I was thinking more of a wholesome hatch play for the DC as well. Oh my god. Okay. So, unfortunately for Requiem, we will be seeing them drop down to the lower bracket. They're not out just yet. They do still have to verse Insomnia, like Tavi was mentioning. That will happen next week, and we will be notifying you in the announcement section when that will be happening, so stay tuned for that. As far as the grand final goes, for the winner out of the last match between Insomnia and Requiem, that is yet to be discussed as well. I'm not too sure, but again, you will be notified. It could happen potentially next week or the week after, but you will be kept up to date. That being said, it's been a pleasure casting this best of 3 and this best of 5, especially casting with you, Tavi. Always great time, to be honest. Is there any final words you want to say before we head off into the darkness and I can go to sleep?
Well, I know that Source were unfortunately disqualified from the Asia Cup in the previous season, and were not able to make it past round 2. Now they just brought down the number 2 team, taking away the silver medal from the Asia Cup. So I guess they just put themselves back up there in terms of maybe who's the GOAT of the SCA team. So really nicely done from Source, and can only give my good luck to Requiem in the lower bracket. But yeah, amazing games that we've seen. Really high level stuff coming through. But I guess Source came out on top, so really nicely done. So other than that, yeah, it's been nice casting with you, Hunter. Getting back into it slowly. But apart from that, I think I might have to grab some of my sleep. So yeah, really nice.
No worries. Yeah, definitely. Likewise, Tavi. So we'll be seeing you all next week. Stay tuned, stay posted, follow the socials, make sure to keep up to date, and we'll see you all very, very soon. Thank you all, and good night. Have a lovely rest of your week. See you later.
Bye bye.